guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that is truly, truly magical.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now we're looking at the eastern sector from Djuma camp itself. And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. Here we will be actually looking around for the animals where you can see this is this vicinity where we're going to be looking around for our cats for this afternoon. So jump aboard on your very own live safari through African bush. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, warm welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon. Since we're still looking at this all beautiful valley up there, and this is where we're going to be focusing on looking. This is actually on the eastern side from the Djuma camp itself. And my name is Andrew, and I still have a Theo on camera this afternoon. So this is how we're going to be taking you look around of what we can find for everybody. Just looks like a way off when you look from this distance. Indeed, it is way off there, but we'll reach that destination just because we need to find the animal. And it's pretty warm. The temperature of today is sitting on 29 degrees, 84 Fahrenheit. So everyone, we're coming to you live from these locations. We'd like to hear from you. So if you can talk to us on hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. But on YouTube, you can use FC, YouTube channel. If you are under the age of 18, you can also pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. And also simple things, go to a WildEarth website and head over to the live safari page, and then there you can submit your questions. And we'll be answering them for you live. Just listening to the bush, but all provide all of such a beautiful sound and background. But we're going to move down. We're going to go try past the Gari Dam, see what is in there, and then of course Trishal, she will be mobile, and Ngala's Nikki would be also mobile. Mike will be actually doing a walk in Pridelands. Joanne is probably joining us as well in Tswalu. Let's quickly take a look at the weather from all our different locations.
Welcome everybody, and good afternoon from this beautiful scene of the green Kalahari this afternoon. One just can't drive us past the scenery like this, for all these beautiful, stunning Springbok females just all settling in for a bit of a bask in the sun. Just so beautiful seeing all of them coming together to just been, well, you can see actually some of them are actually feeding at the bushes at the ends, at that blackthorns, and then some have been picking up on some of the little grasses and the forbs around us and everything. But just beautiful seeing such a stunning Springbok herd all in all together in a beautiful, beautiful place like this. Welcome everybody to the Kalahari. I'm Johan, I'm your guide for the afternoon, and behind the camera this afternoon will be Gerrit again, and we will be your team in the Kalahari again this afternoon. And so we will be going out and just viewing those beautiful Springbok again as we're looking at them sitting down and all just starting to relax a bit, and then some are actually just still feeding but just basking in the sun, prepping themselves for a much expected cold weather coming over us for the next coming 5 days or so by the sounds of it. But just so beautiful looking at those, I want to say, multicolors on those animals, and speaking about multicolors into multifunctionals. This afternoon we are planning from these beautiful Springbok to head out further south towards that Warthog which we've been sitting at yesterday afternoon, and we're going to go see for about an hour or so what's happening there. And the big plans for the afternoon is to head over towards those cheetahs from this morning and want to give you a bit of an update and see how much they fed on that carcass of that Oryx that we have had that crazy sighting of this morning. But yeah, really excited for this afternoon's drive to start up with such beautiful scenery, such a beautiful Springbok herd, and you can see some of the youngsters actually settling in. But just looking at this composition of all these beautiful Springbok females, I can see a lot of them has gone over, as they are resting, lying down, into a rumination structure. Two youngsters, two little lambs lying down on the left-hand side there. As you can see, there's no horns on those guys, as they're still developing little itty bits starting up there as they are starting with the horns. Oh, the wind coming in through gusts and giving them a bit of a fright coming through there. But look at the stunning shines of those cods, which is obviously meaning a really good health condition that's happening here at the moment. And just seeing those coats shining in the sun very perfectly, as we can see that happening. And this is the male, the beautiful Springbok male that has been highlighted there now. Just beautiful seeing him standing in front, swifting around his tail, now reaching for the ground surface. Just beautiful. You can see his horns are much denser, much thicker as opposed to the females. And yeah, he is the king of all these queens around here. Just beautiful, the territorial male dominating. Look how he's actually lying down as a proper king, just yawning and saying, oh, this is all of my land. Just very cool. My land with my girls, and this is all mine. This is basically what he's saying out there. Welly, you are wondering if Thompson's gazelle pronk like Springbok. You know what? They do make jumping motions and things like that. But the true pronker of them all is a Springbok, because that is what they are known for. And that's actually where the name comes from. The springing from Springbok is actually from the pronking motion, because the pouch gland that they have on the back and the white fur, if you look at the back line and the backbone of Springbok, it opens up like a book's page, opening up what you call the pronk. And so when they feel disturbed or start being hunted on by cheetah, for instance, or whatsoever, they would jump up high into the air. And so, believe it or not, crazy heights of about 2 meters in height when they do so. And that every time they jump up sky high and that pronk opens up, that pouch gland that sits on the back in this white band, it literally forms a scent that is being secreted every time they bend their backs sky high, pronking in the air. And then the next one coming through smelling that scent is where he will do it also at the same time, and the next one and the next one. So it will keep on going. And so it's a long-lasting message carried on into the future. And that is what makes a Springbok so uniquely built and known for being a Springbok, and that is why they're the unique pronker of them all. You do get Thompson's gazelle, could possibly get it sometimes where they jump a bit, but it's mostly out of fear, and they do have alarm calls very similar to Springbok. But stunning colors, very similar colors, almost of their white bellies, the dark brown stripe on the sides and the lighter brown back, but beautiful looking at that combination of everything come together. But yeah, that is what makes a Springbok so unique. It's because of the pronking motion that makes them very prolific to their name. So yeah, really special. And yeah, just amazing to see that difference. And thank you for that question. That was really special, differentiating between the Springbok and the Thompson's gazelle that we get further north of the South African boundaries. But yeah, beautiful, stunning composition, seeing these animals sitting together like this. It's just so nice to see a rather large herd of animals, of Springbok coming together. Every now and again you'll see one will jump up and look around again, but it's just because of this breeze of wind coming through, starting up from the front runners of the cold, and this gusts pulling through the thickets and the branches every now and again. Truly gets to stressful factors, as we spoke about it the first 2 days that I was on the show, as we kept on talking about how the wind can cause so much stressful factors for these animals, where they could have sudden reactions and trying to hide away from this strong winds quite prolifically as they could possibly get to safety grounds. But yeah, this is what it's all about, is looking at safety in numbers, as that is what Springbok do, always in massive herds, in gregarious herds rather, walking together. And obviously led by their leader, territorial male. And Springbok females would often join territorial males rather as opposed to the bigger antelope that do the solitary territorial structures and where females come through their territories every now and again, versus Springbok would always be, most of the time, the territorial male. It's almost like he's leading the rest of these females throughout his territory and constantly sticking with them. And they respect him for that regard because they know he's going to lead them to great success within that matter. So yeah, really, really incredible to start an afternoon with such beautiful animals of this green Kalahari ecosystem. Just stunning, having a good glance over them. Just a gorgeous lamb on the left-hand side of the screen there as well. And it's always so nice as you start in the Lowveld most of the time with the Impalas on that side of the country versus us coming to you live to a beautiful herd of Springbok. And it always highlights it so nicely looking at the differences between these different antelope and everything like that coming together. And that is what makes every area so unique to its own kind, because each and every area with South Africa's biomes all over the show, that each and every biome gives you the specific uniqueness to that area and the life that it provides to that given area for animals to live in that areas and positions. But yeah, beautiful seeing these Springbok. We're going to continue around the road further south and keep you posted.
So now we found a rank of impalas, which is also resting under the shade in this very warm and they will just take it easy, and they're working on each other, grooming. Some are chewing cud, but just as normal because they are ruminate as well. And then even though they're in a shadow, but they don't really forget. Look out, it's a key of a life. For any approach, they don't get surprises. And that's why they all look, each one look different way. If there is an visibility of anything move around, definitely there is the due alarm call. And they'll do that if it's a serious and they're sure of what they're seeing. They would do that and they move off the scene immediately. And let's move on.
Welcome back, everybody. And talking about kills and hunts this morning, look at this, what we have just found right now. I mean, this is quite interesting, seeing this. Giraffes is not animals that really get hunted on often in the wild because they are massive, gigantic animals. But looking at this one, this is actually a youngster. He was about 4 to 5 months old. And this incident happened actually about a good, call it I think it was about just over 4.5 months ago when this happened. And it was one early morning. We came down the road in this area that we're driving through right now. And just as we stumbled across this animal, I said to Gert, this is a pretty good shot to just show what happens in the reality of nature as well. I mean, the crazy thing is that this was a clan of hyenas that caught this young giraffe. This animal he would have been standing, as you can see, he's standing the entire width of the screen here from side to side. So pretty much this animal has been taken down by a clan of spotted hyena. And what's quite interesting is that people often think giraffes doesn't get killed, but giraffes are actually, very little do people know that they're very unstable off their feet or on their feet at certain surfaces that's actually quite tough for them to run quickly over. So what would have happened is most probably they chased this young giraffe and he stumbled across a certain surface here and they brought him down. So I've seen personally wild dogs nearly killing giraffe youngsters and calves before as well. I've physically seen takedowns of wild dogs doing so in the Kalahari with the big packs of dogs. And then the clans of spotted hyenas. I mean, crazy to think the strength of clans of spotted hyenas that they can do things like this. I mean, this is pretty hectic looking at bringing down an animal like this. Now, the crazy thing is they opened it up a tiny bit and just ate through, almost like they made a hole, and they ate into underneath the skin. Now, the crazy thing is that giraffes, their skins are extremely tough. It's a very, very tough skin. So animals would always go to the soft underbelly parts most of the time for a giraffe, and then they feed into the vital organs, first things first, the heart, lungs, livers, and those type of things, because that is the iron boost and the vitamins that animals need to survive in this particular ecosystem. I mean, in the Kalahari, animals really got to think before they do, and if they do, they got to be gaining energy from that behavior and incident that they went through to actually do whatever they needed to do to succeed in a kill like this, for instance. But yeah, feeding on those heart, lungs, livers, first things first, and then it comes down to that situation where they eat as much as possible. I mean, this is a huge chunk of meat. And so they help other species of scavengers, for instance, in this area, like the black-backed jackals, the brown hyenas. This was literally excuse my, shall I say, apologies there. It was literally a feeding frenzy happening here, where there was quite a bit of brown hyena, as well as jackals, and lots and lots of animals that benefited. And the crazy thing is, even smaller cats, like African wildcat at night and all sorts of things, have been feeding on a situation like this. So yeah, really, really incredible just to see that this skin is still remaining after 4 months time even, but you can see clearly how the predators fed into underneath this carcass. And eventually, after about a good couple of months, that skin will dry up and disappear into a certain way. But yeah, the other thing is also, like 4 months later, the thing is the moisture levels in this area is not as shall I say, densely populated as opposed to the tropical regions in the eastern part of the country and northeastern corners of the country, like evergreen forests. So looking at these conditions, this is why the skins are lasting a bit longer. And to put the cherry on the cake, I mean, this animal is having quite a tough skin as it is, and so on. But yeah, quite interesting to see the big animals also being targeted in this landscape. In the meanwhile, going to be sending you back over to Ngala.
Good afternoon and welcome to andBeyond Ngala, everybody. First things up, we've got ourselves a herd of elephants. And if you look in picture, you can see a larger one to the right and quite a young baby just behind the back of this, what looks to be an elephant cow. And they are taking in the shade and a little bit of cover from the sun this afternoon. You can see the baby's not really moving around too much, pretty stationary for the time being. My name is Nick, and behind camera we've got Odie again this afternoon, and it is a really nice warm day at Ngala. Our plan was to actually come check the area where we had the female leopard and her 2 cubs this morning, and while we were driving, I mean it's only 10 to 3 and it's quite warm, and we saw an Impala cross the river. And as the Impala got towards the northern bank, I think it was the same female, ran towards the Impala and disappeared up the bank. So it was quite a nice start, and shortly thereafter we managed to find this beautiful herd of elephants. And you can see on the bigger elephant, towards her back, she's got quite a dark patch, and it looks like she's been trying to coat herself in some mud as a bit of a means to cool down and protection against the sun, but she wasn't too successful, and that's because this little mud wallow just to our right is starting to dry up, and the section that is muddy is very, very, very thick mud. So I think she struggled to try and suck it into her trunk and throw it on her body. Almost looks like she smeared it on her back. It looks like quite a young elephant, but you can see it's got a very wide on either side of the stomach. So they're thinking maybe she could be pregnant. It's difficult to tell at this stage. You can see now she's using her trunk to strip some leaves off what looks to be a jackalberry. It is indeed a jackalberry. And earlier we saw her feeding on grass as well, so she's making use of all this dense vegetation along the river bank of the Timbavati. A little bit of a breeze this afternoon. You'll see the trees just waving a little bit, and that's nice to cool these elephants down, and flapping her ears as well. But really quite calm this afternoon. It's quite a big herd. When we first got here, we just saw two, and then a third one popped out once we were sitting in the river. And as we popped out onto the road that runs just on the river edge, we came across these two elephants, and then there was that small elephant calf that has since moved off. Sure, as the day progresses, and maybe as it gets just a little bit cooler, they might even move down towards the riverbed to try and drink, similarly to the herd that we saw yesterday in the afternoon. So I think now that these elephants are moving into a bit of a more dense area, where it's quite tricky to get a view. Once this one at the top disappears, you'll see that one below. It's going to be quite difficult to view them. So I think we'll move on from here, and we're going to start making our way to one of the large watering holes on Ngala in the west, known as Alfred Dam.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
So everybody here, we got the lizard, which is doing pretty much unique display, which is probably was another one that was seen around here. That is just the tail disappearing. And I would assume that, if they're ever around 3 of them, it's not necessarily they're more likely to be very much solitary animals. Since there's quite a few of them, this is actually a leg gear for them. Each one can occupy side of the watering hole. There's the other one. So this is the slightly bigger one that is pushing the rest of these young ones. With most reptiles, more like a snake, which when you see the tongue stick out in and out like that, it's a way of deduct the pheromone. That is something to do with the females, to check their status. And to the top of the roof mouth, that's where the jackal and organ sense are emitted. The tongue pulled in. And that's where all of the sense would be able to work it out what that lizard wanted to find out about information from the rest. And he's getting slightly closer. So, Leon, you're asking what are the other species of lizard we get around here. If we talk about leguan, which now looking at the Nile, water Nile monitor, which is a lizard, and also there is a rock monitor lizard, which these you find in land. But there's different various. Smallest. These are the larger one in amongst all of our lizard out here. There is also plated lizard, giant plated lizard. Those you find in mounds, never in the water. And comes down to those skink, striped skinks. Those are slightly smallest of them, a skink around here in lizard. And there's also bushveld lizard, which does, you see them move during a hot of a day, right in sun, hot earth. They don't mind getting burned out of that. Usually they are cold blood, most lizard. And the full growing of this species we're looking at here. Oops, looks like it's getting alert. Could weigh 12 to probably 20 kg. Which these are, looks like they're the most biggest than even a rock monitor lizard. That rock monitors would only weigh 12 to 15 kg. And the length would be about 100 to 200 centimeter long. Where rock monitors would be 100 to 150 centimeters, so they are the biggest. Where after mating, usually will probably duck out, get out of the water, go look for a probably soft ground where they would duck to probably lie up about 60 soft-shelled eggs in a hole and cover it up, usually around a termite. Termite mound. And they're actually well equipped with all the long claws of all legs back in the forth. Allow them to excavate the soil. They can do a big round hole. have a look at these, all the tension going on here. But it seems to be stopped. It's probably been going around quite a lot. So basking, it's all idea when it's warm. It's just like also crocodile. They would come out to the sand, to the rock, where these can climb trees anyway. But when they do that during a warm of a day, it's all about basking. Get their coat, their whole body warm up. It's been also a result of the Keneba, which mainly the bigger one, they come across the young one. They may eat the smallest. So I'm going to carry on, leave the dam for now. I'm going to be sending everybody across to Tswalu.
Welcome back, everybody, and as you can see, we're back in our position at the dam. We have made it back to this gorgeous, beautiful South African shell duck here, and just gorgeous to see all these little ducklings and this beautiful adult one swimming around here again. So I must admit, I have gone through what we've looked at yesterday, and I must say I've made quite a bit of mistake yesterday with the sexual dimorphism here between the two. But yeah, all the time I've been telling people what it is all about and what it's happening and so on. But yeah, this is one of the few birds actually where the female is this pretty one with the white head, and the male is in this case the grey-headed one, and the not so pretty one, if I can put it that way. But this is actually the female that we're framing here. So my apologies for that sexual dimorphism being wrong ID'd yesterday. So this one which we're looking at here, at this one on the screen here, is the male now with the grey head. And you can see his beautiful grey head, even though he's not the pretty coloured one, he is still pretty gorgeous. Look at that crop being completely full. I've been feeding quite a lot throughout the day. But yeah, that is the correction happening there. Just the beautiful beauty of the female in this case, of that white head. And looking at that grey one in the far distance up ahead on the bank. But yeah, beautiful looking at this animals all coming together. And I also went through the thought process of why all these ducklings always with the female, and so it is. Look who's appearing right behind these ducklings. And so as we've been talking about that sighting yesterday which we had of the drone antelope that came running through the water, and just close by us, I mean, just so special seeing him finally rocking up. And this looks like it is actually one of the males that we've been seeing rushing through the water yesterday, and just coming through this area. But look, guys, cautiously looking back at the edges of the banks of the water as well, just making dead sure that he's not being followed by something, and possibly when he's going to go over to drinking, not being attacked by something from behind. But guys, just again, the right time, right place at a beautiful, gorgeous destination, looking at it. Now, once again, I mean, roan antelope is a critically endangered species, and it's not really an animal that you get to see every day on most destinations in Africa. And to see them in their true natural form, where they truly belong in this natural desert landscape, just so beautiful. Guys, walking past the male shell duck there. And just gracefully drinking. Just beautiful seeing how he belongs to that tribal families that we've been talking about over the last couple of days. That Hippotragini tribe. saying horse-like arid antelope family, so you can clearly see the beauty in that face or markings, as he's belonging to that tribal family of the Oryx, roan and sable. And just looking at those nostrils, big nostrils, he's reaching up to the water there. Just constantly being so cautious though, constantly just looking around and trying to figure out what's happening, if there's not something looking at him at this particular time. But yeah, animals gotta be so cautious at an open water base like this. In the meanwhile, sending you back over to a gorgeous destination. We will keep you posted.
And more elephants on the cards for today. I'm a little bit of a bigger mother, but also a little bit of a bigger calf. And we heard some trumpeting elephants. There were some elephants behind us as well. There was no real good opportunity for. And then we came around the corner and these two were in the road. And it was quite cool watching them walking away from us. Oh, my word. So little effort to break a branch. It's not as easy as she makes it look. Let's see if she puts the branch in her mouth or if she tries to break off little parts of it. She's actually trying to strip some of the leaves off that, what looks like a bush willow. And if you listen carefully, you might be able to hear some of the other elephants. We know that they will move quietly through the bush, but you might be able to hear some of the other elephants that are moving around us. Nice to see her utilizing that branch that she broke off over and over again. There's a whole piece of it in her mouth now. You can also see some darker shades on her, especially around her head and her face. So just like those elephants earlier, this elephant cow's also made use of a mud wallow to try and cool down. She's decided now that she's brave and is feeding with actually a very large herd that's all the way around us. So I think what we'll do is we'll wait for this female and calf to move off the road, and once she has done that, we will continue on our way to that large watering hole in the west.
So everybody, we got all the warthogs, which they're actually feeding around the mound, but also they're mixed up here with all the impalas, and it seems to get along well there. And they're one gonna push one another. No one can eat another one. They're herbivores, all of them. And they are medium sizes, herbivores. What is so important about them joined Impala so that they have their sighting is not great. I rather rely on sense of smells, the hearing. But then with Impalas, both sight, hearing, sense of smell is great, so it's always a good idea to stick with those can hear better. And that warthog seems to be going around the mound. So I'm on a look around for possibly cat this afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. Look at this gorgeous, gorgeous, stunning joiner coming in here as well. And we've literally just had that roan just a few seconds after you left us. He just walked out of the water base and then this guy came up. So there's actually a constant flow happening here of animals coming out and returning and going backwards and forwards, drinking alongside with these South African shell ducks just floating along the waters. Just so beautiful seeing them coming up to this position. Like I said yesterday afternoon when we were sitting here, it's just so breathtaking. Being able to watch this constant traffic, animal traffic happening, constantly coming in to drink, as it's this time of the day when they're looking for that moisture levels, proper boosting on that moisture levels. We just spoke about that roan antelope belonging to this Oryx family, and looking at how they look so much alike with that clown face markings that they have, and looking at how those markings have got so much different functionalities. It's looking at the white in the face and even the white in the belly, the white legs. We've been touching base on quite a bit of these markings, talking about them, but yeah, that white is reflecting so much light from the sharp sunlight, and then obviously the black is attracting light. So especially in the face, there's a theory that says that the white pushing off and the black attracting creates these proper convector currents that floats in the skin and the face and potentially cooling down the animal. But for sure, the main functionalities of those markings, the white in the face reflecting sharp sunlight, and that is why it's close around the eyes, and then the black markings is attracting the sharp sunlight to keep the light close to that black markings, and so it will then be like a proper way of putting on sunglasses, almost, I want to say. But yeah, in that formality, you can see that guy is also, just quickly from a different note, you can see how he's also very cautiously looking at his surroundings and looking at the area, and just can't just put his head down straight away, just out of a fact of, okay, let's go on and drink, because he could potentially be caught up by something. And any slight movement of something could be any type of hazard to him. But yeah, quickly coming back to those markings, that is the main functionalities of it, to be dealing with the sharp sunlight. But also, this is the antelope, which is the predominant animal of this environment. So the big nostrils and the big nasal cavities, as I might have mentioned this before, but looking at that, it just highlights this concept so much, is looking at those big nostrils, breathing in a lot of cool air, and then the main arteries coming from the heart comes as the heart being the engine of the body, blows those, pushes the blood flow, the oxygenated blood, straight underneath those cavities that breathes in cool air, and then from there it goes to the brain, which is the most important organ. From there, it will then cool down the brain, and then from there onwards, the entire body. So very, very important that this flow of things happens constantly like that. But yeah, very, very special seeing this stunning animal with all its adaptations, with all the detailed markings and everything on it like that. That is just something from a different note, looking at all that stunning colors and all these adaptations on this animal. So what's also very special about this is that I think we've had that roan antelope being a rare antelope and belonging to the Oryx family, and then suddenly seeing this Oryx also rocking up from nowhere. But yeah, very cool. We're going to be sending you over to some beautiful giants at Ngala.
Welcome back, everyone. And we did have some elephants right next to our car here on the right, but one of the females decided that she didn't want to come and take a bit of a detour around us, and she's moved up onto our right-hand side. So I'm just going to turn on and keep heading a little bit further forward and see if we can't maybe get another view of them. You can just see the back of her running away, but I think if we keep going forward, there are some elephants further in front, and that's the reason why we haven't continued to that waterhole, is because the elephants have decided not to let us pass them, which is not a problem at all. You can never spend too much time with a herd of elephants like this. Odie just pointed out there's a nice young one on our left. I think it might be a young bull, so it'll be interesting to see how he behaves now that we have parked not close to him, out of his comfort zone. You can see he's deciding to move off down into the drainage line. Making sure to look back and keep a good eye on us. Also deciding to strip some leaves from what looks to be a young leadwood. And he's probably about the age now where he's going to start to look to leave the herd. I'd say he's between maybe 12 and 15 years. So I didn't catch the name, but elephant mothers would tend to not leave their young in anywhere, unlike leopards and lions. And that's just because they need to look after them. When they're that small and that little, they're very vulnerable, and they tend to keep their babies right by their side. Even until they're about 3-4 years old, those youngsters won't stray very far away from the mothers. And it's tricky for those young elephants now, because the mothers, they will slow down in their movements and accommodate the youngsters, but they've still got to learn to move long distances every day. But I think if a mother elephant were to leave its young anywhere around, very, very vulnerable, and there's a good chance that hyenas or lions would get a hold of it. Now that we've got a nice view of this elephant's backside, I think let's keep going further forward and see if we can't find some more elephants on the road and continue on our journey for this afternoon. But for now, we're going to send you over to Pridelands and Mike, who wants to say hello.
So from Nick's Elephants, we've also got some interesting elephant signs here. We've climbed up one of the rocky ridges and hillsides, and we've found some elephant dung right on the top of it, which is quite interesting. It's not an easy place to get to. Hi everyone, I'm Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is Craig, and this is Ecotraining's Pridelands Conservancy, where this afternoon we actually came to this area close to Impala Plains. We're on the eastern rocky ridge, quite a nice high point with some valleys next to it. Now, there was Lagatha the lioness this morning was found around these parts by the game viewers. We were on the opposite side of the reserve, busy on a wild goose chase looking for some leopards, which we didn't find. But yeah, so whilst we were climbing up here, I just had to notice this elephant dung here. And I know it's elephant dung because it's got an orangey yellow color and because it's very coarse. Its material is made up of mostly sticks, but also some grasses and leaves mixed in there. But it's really amazing that it's climbed all the way up here, and it probably did this when, there was nice green grass and vegetation up here. Right now it's very dry. There's not much reason for an elephant to spend all that energy trying to clamber across all these very uncomfortable rocks in order to get up to this part of the hill. And it just goes to show that elephants are extremely adaptable and agile animals. Just because they're massive doesn't mean they can't engage 4x4 and get up onto these rocky hillsides. Now, we're going to continue as well walking along these rocky hillsides because although we know Lagatha moved into this area, we can't find her tracks. There has been some road maintenance going on, and so the roads have been, the tracks have been wiped clean, which is great for any tracks tomorrow or this afternoon. But for tracks from this morning, unfortunately, we can't see them. So we are trying to use our best intuition and wonder where she would have gone. We know she's hunted successfully up on these ridges before, and we know that she likes the drainage lines in this area. So I'm hoping that we'll find something that leads us towards her. Leah, are you asking about what common snakes we find here? I'm not sure I heard the question correctly, but if you are asking about what snakes we find, we get a whole bunch of snakes, and they're extremely active at this time of the year, at this time of the day. Overnight, during winter, they're very inactive. So on this kind of rocky area here, you would easily be able to find hiding in amongst this leaf litter something like a puff adder, waiting for a rodent or something to walk over, and it has a lightning strike. It's a short, flat snake. You might even find Mozambique spitting cobras moving among the grasses, also looking for rodents, usually on the softer ground, the sandier areas. Of course, there in these thickets, anywhere around here, we could easily find a black mamba. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, we were on a bushwalk, and we disturbed something in the grass, and we thought, it's probably a rodent or a francolin or something. And literally, as we looked over, a massive black mamba came sneaking right out of there. So, Leah, there are a lot of different snakes that we can find. Hopefully, we don't bump into any of them too close. That's just a vehicle going past. Sorry about that. Hopefully, we don't get any too close encounters. It would be lovely to be able to show you one. And at this time of day, now they can be active because it's quite warm. And towards the evening, the snakes will come onto rocky areas like this to try and warm up before a very long and cold night. Remember, snakes are ectothermic, meaning they need to get their warmth from the environment, and then they cool down overnight and they become very inactive. So luckily we don't have any snakes moving around at night where we might step on them. But now all this talk about snakes has got me wanting to turn over rocks. There's always some interesting stuff that you can find when you move around these rocky areas. Now, these rocks are a bit large for me to look under, but at some point as we walk, we might turn over a few rocks, and if I find something interesting, we'll definitely let you know, because it's always fun. It's one of my favorite pastimes as a kid, turning over rocks and finding scorpions and lizards and all sorts of stuff. In any case, in the meantime, we're going to make our way along this rocky ridge to see what else we can find.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is piloting a brand new concept, and this time it's at night. This Saturday, a specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James, just head a little bit more left.
Okay, Gabby, I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this pilot into a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
One just can't get enough of looking at this beautiful, stunning female shelduck. I mean, this is just gorgeous.
Now, we have been watching the shell ducks up and down from the bank to the trough and back to the bank, and constantly up and down between the two locations. And you can see this is clearly a situation where this shell ducks is training these little ducklings to become a shell duck, and how to become a shell duck pretty quickly and quite early, because living in such a tough environment, in such tough conditions, they've got to be always in a training posture and motion. And like those beautiful cheetahs we've seen this morning on this morning's drive, it constantly comes down to the point that there's a huge amount of training that happens to get animals to great success, like we've seen this morning in those cheetahs. And there's every day, as parents would train and train their youngsters up for getting ready to become that strong shackle within that chain that makes that chain strong in the family unity. This is what's been happening up and down here, actually. And what's just blowing my mind is the simple fact that there's this constant flow that happens in the Kalahari all the time, where these animals are all having the same mindset. Whether you're a grazer, whether you're a browser, whether you're a hunter, whether you're a swimmer, it doesn't really come on to any differences. All of them have got one key factor, and it's all for success. But just at the same time, while you are thinking that, it is crazy looking at it. And speaking about family unity, look at what just arrived at this bank on the edge just in front of us here. A huge family of social weavers just landed, like literally 6 meters away from us, and off they go. They will come and go backwards and forwards constantly all the time as well. But that beautiful big sociable weavers' nests that you have seen on the show before, I mean, this is the whole family unity flying out here. This might not be a very big nest ownership here, but yeah, very, very beautiful, looking at the nice family unity landing at the water base. It's just simply so awesome. Just watching all of these birds and listening to all these sounds, looking at all the behaviors. Ingrid, you are wondering if these weavers stay all year round? For sure they are, because they are a strong keystone species. We just in slow movement here at the moment. I'm just going to keep quiet, in fact, quickly here. Just for a tiny bit, just watch this, just look at this. We're just in a very slow motion movement here. Look who's arrived, just next to us, right next to us. Look at that. The crazy thing is warthogs. Their eyesight is not very good, but what a machine. What a big, massive warthog. And even him, he needs to be very, very sensitive on what he does. Because the thing is that his eyesight is very poor. And as his eyesight is poor, it gets to a point that, again, coming back to a big open water base, they got to be so careful on what they do, because as their eyesight is not great, and they're entering what most probably I want to say, one of the most dangerous regions for all herbivorous animals to come in, though they need the water to drink. At the same time, they could get killed very easily by a leopard, for instance, close to these mountains, just sitting at one of the edges of these buffalo thorn trees around. But guys, just crazy. While we're talking about the weavers being here all year round, just spending quality time in these areas and environments, just seeing them rocking up to this position, that is just fantastic. So in the meanwhile, we're going to keep on being quiet and just watching and seeing if this guy comes back, and just keep you posted. In the meanwhile, sending you back over to Pridelands.
So the very, very first rock that I turned over, here we found an interesting little creature. This is a scorpion. Not a particularly dangerous scorpion to us as humans, because if you see just at the back there where I'm going to just point with a little piece of grass. There is its tail. Very, very thin, tiny little tail. And not very big pincers, but fairly sizable pincers. So this one is using its strong forelimbs to hold its prey. And the back part here is not really going to be doing too much for the scorpion. But anyway, the scorpion was hiding underneath this rock here. There's a crack in this rock. It was living in there amongst the leaf litter. Now, I don't want to disturb the scorpion too much because it actually looks like it might be gravid, meaning that it might actually have eggs which might hatch inside, and then it gives birth to live young, which is quite interesting. So what the scorpions tend to have parental care. So oftentimes scorpions will actually have the young sitting on their backs where they can help to regulate their moisture content, they can regulate their temperature, and they can basically just move them away from danger if they feel that there is danger around. But it's very interesting. I love scorpions, and a lot of people are afraid of them, but they're actually not dangerous to us for the most part. I mean, we accidentally step on them and then we get stung. But generally speaking, scorpions are also not really looking for conflict. They just want to be left alone, which is what we're going to do for this one. We're not going to bother it. As you can see, it's got a safe little hidey spot there. So we'll very carefully, when we leave here, cover up this area without hurting the scorpion and allow the scorpion to move deeper in there. LT, all scorpions are venomous. That is one of the defining characteristics of scorpions. They all have venom of varying intensities. This one, with such a tiny little thin tail, as you see at the back there, is not very venomous at all, although it will have some sort of venom. And the venom is just, how can I say, it helps to digest the prey so that the scorpion can then suck up the juices almost, just like a spider, I suppose, would do. Just helps to immobilize and start to digest the prey. And all scorpions have it, although some rely mostly on their strong pincers. LT. This one is probably in the family of Scorpionidae, which are the ones with very tiny tails. And then there is Europlectes, which are the medium venomosity scorpions with a fairly large tail. And then there's the Buthidae scorpions, which are very thick-tailed and very tiny pincers. And if that one stings you, there's a good chance you're going to have to go to the hospital, at least for some treatment, maybe just symptomatic stuff, because it's neurotoxic venom. So you'll start to have things like heart palpitations, maybe heavy sweating in your mouth, slurred speech, maybe difficulty breathing, that kind of stuff, a lot of tingly sensations. That's only for the very, very, very venomous scorpions. And interestingly, if you are a person who is particularly susceptible to bee stings, then you can be susceptible to scorpions too. One day at a time, well, it completely depends on the scorpion. The bigger its pincers, the bigger its pinch, I suppose you'd say. But this one doesn't have a very, very strong pincher. This scorpion actually, this one is an ambush predator, and it'll be trying to catch very small things, not big things at all, because it doesn't have the weapons. But interestingly, I don't know how close you can zoom in, Craig, but you can see it's got two eyes on the very top of its head there. It's got two eyes there, which is interesting. You can see them quite clearly there. And these are not eyes like ours, which can easily see, different colors and shapes and movements and a lot of definition. They're just mostly seeing the difference in light and dark, so they know when they're moving to a sheltered area or when they're exposed. That's why the scorpion has backed its way all the way as far back as it can in there. But it was so interesting, it was the very first thing that I lifted up. And it's not the only thing that's been living here. At some point, there's also been a sack spider that was living just in there. Now, this is another animal or another arachnid. That's an arachnid with its 8 limbs. This is also an arachnid. Oh, what am I saying? Is it an arachnid? It is an arachnid of sorts, I think. Now I'm confusing myself. But in any case, a spider is definitely an arachnid. And our spiders, this one here, the sack spider, is very, very common. You find it almost everywhere. In fact, Craig picked one up the other day, and it's one of the 5 spiders that we must be very careful of because they are medicinally important. If this spider bites you, remember spiders bite, they don't sting. If this spider bites you, you can get an ulcerated wound. It's got the opposite type of venom to a scorpion. A scorpion's neurotoxic, meaning it affects your nervous system, whereas a sac spider is cytotoxic. It attacks your cells, so it literally causes tissue destruction. And Craig had this one in his hand, and he walked up to me and said, "Mike, what kind of spider is this?" And I said, "Put that down immediately." But luckily, no side effects, right, Craig? You're looking pretty good. Right, wonderful. Well, I'm going to close this rock up and keep moving along this rocky area and see what else we can find. Maybe we'll turn over a few more rocks.
Welcome back, everyone, and we've started to make our way towards the watering hole. We are in the west now of Ngala on a road, and there's going to be quite a few big clearings in front of us. So it'll be interesting to see what's hanging out in the clearings this afternoon. You can see an area that looks like there might be a fire burning to our left as well. I wonder if they're not burning fire breaks in the Tswalu Private Nature Reserve just to our west. No real tracks along the road. We've been checking lots of Impala and quite a lot of elephant tracks actually, but I think it might be tracks that are heading in the opposite direction. And then again, lots of ostrich tracks around in Ngala at the moment, which is quite exciting. So seen tracks on a road going that way, tracks on this road going this way. So maybe if we're lucky, we'll come across an ostrich shortly. Other than that, it's been quite quiet. Even the birds, oh, there's a wildebeest. A rather large blue wildebeest bull. See him shaking his head as he walks and the tail flicking. Yeah. And that area that he just went over looks like it might even be a midden, so it's probably a territorial blue wildebeest from this area that doesn't move too far. Doesn't look like he's got any females at the moment, so he's probably waiting for them to come into his territory, and then he'll try and herd them into his area. They've got quite a small territory, only a couple of hectares. You can see he wasn't too happy with us. Not that he's running away, but he's definitely moved off. Maybe he was moving in that direction before we saw him. But a rather large body. He doesn't have the biggest horns, but there's that nice side angle. Always nice to bump something while driving.
Welcome back, everybody. And that Warthog have decided he's not coming back. But yeah, that was just such a cool surprise. Having him coming in and out and looking at this area, coming for a quick drink. And the thing is, animals will always be sensitive in an area like this, constantly needing to know what's happening, especially if their eyesight is not the greatest of them all. But yeah, very cool. Sitting here and just being surprised. And I was just saying to Gert now, is that yesterday as well, when we had that sociable weavers coming in to land, it's crazy that the action happened all in a surprise at the same time when the sociable weavers came in yesterday. And so it happened today as well. So that bat-eared fox as well as the bat-eared fox as well as the sable antelope came in yesterday at the same time. But so cool looking at it. Guys, there's a very, very interesting bird that just came into land. A whole family unity here again. And this is the Namakwa Sandgrouse. The male sitting all the way on to the right, and the females have got a speckled-ish chest, but overall a very orangey to light brown appearance. And these guys do come through this time of the day sometimes to the waters to actually bulk up on water as much as possible and then go fly out to their sleeping positions where they would prep for the evening to sleep for the night, obviously at a peaceful, restful place. But yeah, this is the time of the day when they do come and bulk up on the water moisture levels. And we got 3 species in this area. This is the particular one that is called Namakwa Sandgrouse. And if you go to the Afrikaans name for this one, it says Kelkieveen.
and Kalkivane basically coming back to the actual call that it makes, saying Kalkivane, Kalkivane, as they actually call. And the locals in the area call it the Kalkivane actually, in the other words of saying, coming back to the Orange River cellars, talking about them being a lot in that area, and the Orange River wine cellars in this area close by. It's almost sounding like, because a Kalkivane is the Afrikaans for a tub of wine. It almost sounding like they're saying tub of wine, and they're talking about it. So constantly in that formality of an Namakwa Sandgrouse being a Kalkivane in Afrikaans. But yeah, then we got two other species. The other species you find in the Lowveld as well, it's called a double-banded Sandgrouse, and their call is sounding very, very different once again as well. But then yet again, looking at the Birchall Sandgrouse, and those guys come into the water points very early in the morning, talking about things like 9 o'clock in a winter's morning is fairly early actually. So yeah, those are the type of the time when those guys actually come through for a good drink and everything. But yeah, very, very special looking at these guys that just came into land as well. Now the very special thing is in their breeding season, the females are obviously just on the nest, and that's the males, up to the male's job and duty to actually come up to a position in time to where he would come and fly into the edges of the water bases as they are busy drinking water there, and then his breast feathers will act like a sponge. So he lands in the edge of the water, soaking up the water as much as he can, and then he would fly back to the nest, and the youngsters will drink from those breast feathers. And even the female, that's obviously sitting on the eggs and the nest, and the youngsters, obviously, everybody reliant on the male, like it is in life with humans, even with a husband used to, or supposed to look after his wife and lady, kids, if I can put it that way. But yeah, very, very cool. Looking at these birds, they're almost like a dove size, and almost the size, just a tiny bit bigger than these South African shell ducks. The social weavers are coming into the edge of the water again as well, and just loads and loads of bird activity once again. Lots and lots of things happening here at this particular point. But yeah, so gorgeous seeing that Namakwa Sandgrouse. It almost seems like they're just basking in the sun at the moment, just sitting, enjoying the sunlight, and just enjoying the circumference of this entire arena. So guys, what I want to do is we're going to keep quiet for a tiny bit and just listen, because there is so much sounds, so much bird sounds and things happening at the moment. So just listening to this arena and just listening, absorbing the sounds of the Kalahari at this water base. Isn't that just special? Listening to all these sounds, seeing the movement of the birds, hearing the sounds flying over, and everything coming together. I just see so much scaly feathered weavers, so much black-faced waxbills that's been flying around. Just so much bird life. It's just fantastic. Look at all those black-faced waxbills. Debbie, you are commenting that this is such a beautiful scenery. It is just incredible. Guys, how can you imagine something like that? Can you just imagine? Look at all those black-faced wax balls. That is crazy. That is insane. Look at all those black masks those guys are having. And this is very, very unique to the Kalahari water bases, especially in the salt pans in the west and the mountains and areas like this close to the mountains where there's big water bodies. These guys are always around areas like this, but just stunning to see such a cool rare bird to find. That is really, really special. And it's also a bird that you don't get to see every day. It's the type of scenery and birds you will get to see if you really spend good, huge amount of quality time at areas like this in silence and just let nature be. That's when things like this is happening. It's just so beautiful. Look at those little black masks those guys are carrying. And just hearing all the sounds at the same time. Seeing all these little guys drinking water. I saw them coming over while we were talking about and looking at that, talking about the Namako Sandgrouse and the different Sandgrouse species, and I heard them coming in, seen them flying in, and suddenly they just came in down that tree stump, and one by one all at the same spot just drinking. And a yellow canary landing at the same time on that same stem. Canary females. This is just breathtaking. Nancy, you are commenting that black-faced wax balls are a very first for you as well. And I've got another first possibly for you as well. Just look at this side, the edge here. We're just going to try to pan into another spot here. There's some violet-eared wax balls, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just have a good look at the binoculars there. Yep, violet-eared wax balls. The one on the left is a male, female on the right. Just incredible. Look at the colors there. So yeah, black-faced wax balls, very, very special, but this even so much more. Looking at the same time, two very rare sightings of birds coming along. And that was the sound of the black-faced wax ball, just chirping along, coming across. Very cool. And you can see our spot where we're hiding, the tree stumps in front of us here, and the highlighting spot of the camera. I mean, I guess you can see how cool is this particular spot that we're sitting at. I mean, if we just kept on being surprised by things. Just so beautiful. And meanwhile, we're going to leave you with that gorgeous view and keep on seeing what comes into the waterhole.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself, to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation. And for that, I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still paying attention to this waterhole quite dramatically, just looking at this surroundings and just keep on watching our beautiful little ducklings in front of us. I mean, this is just, I must have said it over 100 times now, but I just can't claim it enough. It is just so beautiful. We haven't had any other interesting birds flying into the site yet, but we keep on attentively looking, keep on watching and see what we can get. But it is, I must say, there's been so much bird life around here recently. It's just crazy for this time of the year even. It's insane thinking about the amount of activity that's been happening here. Would you just look at that? There's a blacksmith lapwing that's just walking into the scene as well, passing the back end of that little ducklings, which is beautiful. So very interesting on the blacksmith lapwings is that they are also ground nesting birds around the water base's edge. And I know there was a blacksmith lapwing on the show yesterday, but what's so special about their call for me specifically is looking at that tapping sound, that very, very predominant tapping sound that they make. It almost sounds like a humanly blacksmith tapping on iron. And constantly doing it like that, it sounds really like a blacksmith tapping on iron. So what's really special is male and female walking together. It's very, very difficult distinguishing between male and female there. But yeah, as I was saying, ground nesting birds around the water's base edges and so on, and their youngsters are built to blend in with the edges of water edges like this. And so having the young, because they're living on the water's edges, bases, and so nesting around areas like this, they've got to be having feathers on their wings and their eyes open straight away from the beginning after birth. And this is what you call precocial young. And having it like that, it is young that is much faster matured, much quicker, as opposed to artificial young, which is arboreal born, up in the trees with no feathers on the wings and eyes completely closed. These are typically like your eagles on top of trees and arboreal structures and features, or raptors of some kind or so. But yeah, your ground nest is typically like the guinea fowl, the sandgrouse, these particular lapwing families, but just so beautiful. Seeing also again the detailed markings on those animals. And the crazy thing is, if you look at those detailed markings, speaking of which, it's very interesting. There's a huge amount of sharp sunlight reflecting from the water straight into their face, as they're always close to water points. And that is why they also almost looking exactly like the Oryx's face, where there's a huge amount of black attracting the sharp sunlight towards the belly, as they most of the time close to cold water bases, but sharp sunlight reflecting from the water base like a mirror up to their area, or to where they're standing, their position, if I can put it that way. And so that black is to attract the heat, or the sharp sunlight, and keeping it out of the face. It's almost like the American baseball players, constantly like that, where you get that formality of
a crazy amount of adaptations for these animals. Various different animals with various different features for every single area where they truly belong to. Completely designed to survive in that particular regions and areas where they truly belong. Just looking at them walking through that water base edge as they're also insectivorously feeding. Long feet, so they're high above the water base edge, so they can look straight above from the top of the water, where they don't being affected by that, when they're not really affected by that mirror effect, where they can see right throughout the water, with that long legs putting them right in that position where they can see water insects underwater, and being able to hunt perfectly as they hunt on these insects underground. There we go. My apologies. Underwater. Constantly working hard at it, finding these resources. Must say, it seems like this afternoon is our proper birding afternoon. Peter, you are commenting that the Kalahari is just keep on giving it to us. I couldn't agree more. You know what I was saying this morning in that sighting is that hard work pays off. If you utilize the landscape in the right way, the Kalahari will treat you in a fantastic way. So yeah, I do agree with you. It is fantastic with what's happening here. It just keeps on being a surprise unity of all of the surprises just happening constantly all the time. Just brilliant. Just as Gerrit is just panning out over the mountains again over there. Guys, just so beautiful seeing that stunning C-shaped formations and patterns on the mountains from the tectonic plate shifting that's been happening over these mountains. I mean, these formations on these mountains and the way they are shaped as well, alongside with all of this wildlife that we're seeing in this beautiful landscape. It is incredible how they're adding to a dramatic scene in this desert image. I mean, think about it. The first thing that comes up in your mind when you think Kalahari, you think desert. You think it's sandy dunes all the way. But this is what's so special about the green Kalahari, throwing it in the mix with this rocky base of the quartzite parent material in these mountains, with that beautiful C-shaped formations and the lines on the patterns on these mountains, looking across this landscape and adding into this dramatic scenes. I mean, it is really, really breathtaking. And every time we hear these comments of people agreeing to the guiding team of this game reserve, it is really, guys, it is just so much more insane looking at everything coming together in this dramatic ecosystem. But yeah, what a view to look at. Just so beautiful. So we are still waiting upon some new arrivals as we're looking at this and adoring this gorgeous landscape, just looking at this area. It is really, really pretty. But yeah, keep on listening in awe and awaiting upon any type of movement that could potentially rock up in this position. Hey, the male South African shoalduck just stretching forward there. Look at those black legs on that character. Check at him running across there, going forward. I was lucky he was in a bit of a standoff, flapping his wings. And I see all the children is coming along over across the waters. Very cool. Gerrit just keeps on commenting, saying to me that, yes, these things are so cute. It is so adorable, so crazy looking at these little things just existing on the water. It's almost like a little grebe size just coming across the waters. Just beautiful. And so also at the same time, as we looking at these little ducklings and the mountains and adoring everything, I'm also looking at some movement on the mountains as well for potential Hartman's mountain zebra coming through on some of the trails up there, and potentially could even see some brown hyena moving up there. See, there's more brown hyena in this area as opposed to spotted hyenas, and between the two species, the brown hyena is actually the one that's much more endangered and much more rare to find. But this is a fantastic, I want to call it home sweet home for brown hyena. This is really a good area for them, and they love going up the mountains every now and again. So folks, we are gonna spend a tiny bit more time at this dam, and most probably slowly but surely we'll get going again towards that cheetah sighting of this morning. Maybe we'll see you once more at this waterhole and then continue afterwards going towards that beautiful cheetah sighting for a follow-up from this morning. In the meanwhile, sending you back over to Ngala to a beautiful waterhole.
So we've made our way to the waterhole that we were after. We've actually gone just past the larger one to the smaller one, which has a very descriptive name. It's known as Small Dam. And you can see there's one large Nile crocodile in picture out sunning itself. The OD is just giving us a bit of a view of the waterhole with that beautiful tree on the other side of the wall. And you know, it's quite a picturesque little waterhole that in summertime fills up and we drive through it, and it's our little bit of Okavango Delta. But just the mother crocodile out there this evening, and she actually moved into this waterhole probably about 5 or 6 months ago. And if you look carefully, just to the right of her, around the right of that little cave, you can see 3 tiny little crocodiles all lying in the sun as well. And you can see all of them out sunbathing, trying to warm up as much as possible. The sun's rays now are really starting to, well, it's not as warm anymore, so I don't think they'll be having too much luck with staying warm, but it's just soaking up those last few rays. And those young crocodiles were actually, Odie and myself were in a sighting with Rowan of some other lions, and just on the other side of this waterhole there was a seasonal pan, and when Rowan drove through he saw them, and we went straight after to go and have a look, and they were unbelievably small, and we actually saw their eggshells where they'd hatched from, which is quite special. I wouldn't classify Ngala as being the best crocodile viewing destination in the world, but we certainly do have a few to offer nonetheless, and with these little youngsters it improves drastically. We think that this is a female with only 3 legs. Her front right leg was, she's always been around this property with just 3 legs. So we're not sure if she was born with 3 legs or maybe another leg got bitten off by a crocodile, a different crocodile. She's done well moving from that larger watering hole to this one to have the baby crocodiles. So a black-headed oriole calling that just flew overhead. Other than the crocodile at the waterhole, there's not much else going on. It's a bit of a difficult question, Renee, but probably travel quite a big distance. You can imagine if this waterhole dries up and the one next door dries up as well, the crocodile's got to move until it can find another body of water. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to hunt effectively, and it's not going to be able to feed itself. And in some of the dry areas, they would maybe have to move 10, 15 kilometers, which is probably close to the maximum distance that they can do. But who really knows? I mean, they could, if they've got a full stomach and they're quite full and they're moving a couple kilometers a day for 2-3 weeks, you never know how far they could end up getting. And they're going to keep moving and keep searching until they find water once their resident waterhole dries up, if all the food in the waterhole dries up as well, or dies. But, you know, just to answer that, they will move big distances when water dries up or if their food source gets depleted. Other than that, they're pretty content with being in and around these bodies of water. Still just a slight breeze blowing from the northwest of us. So if there was anything rotting, we would potentially smell it in that direction, but it has been rather quiet in this western section so far. It's beautiful light on that crocodile at the moment. You often see her lying around that cave. You wonder if it's not maybe a safe place where she feels the youngsters, if they're caught in the water, they can swim inside there and feel a little bit more comfortable. I think we're going to be in for a rather good sunset this evening as well. Probably in about an hour's time, so we'll have to try and find ourselves a nice spot to watch the sun go down, and you can all have a bit of a drink for us. But I think just going to take a moment to sit quietly and enjoy the scene of this crocodile. Oh, there she's moving a little bit. It's quite keen to see if she'd maybe move into the water, but it just appears she's closed her mouth and maybe trying to get more sun onto the surface area of her body. Excuse me. But from here we're going to head back to the larger watering hole and see what's around. Maybe we'll find some hippos or some elephants.
Welcome back, everybody. And we have been setting our eyes on this beautiful oryx that just came for a drink as well. He's a new one that's just been coming in as well, along with some others in the background. And what we've been noticing is quite a lot of itchiness to this particular body on this animal. Like constantly the tail is swifting around, and as you can see, he's scratching himself with his horns as well. And what's quite interesting is that there's right throughout the year, there's a certain fly in the area called a horsefly. And as horseflies and louseflies in this area are targeting specifically oryx, rowan, sable, giraffes, all sorts of things like that gets targeted by these flies. You can see there's not a single time where he's actually standing still. Because the thing is, I don't know if you've ever been in a situation before where you've been around with other people, for instance, where people are saying, or some certain individuals are saying, yes, I don't know if it's just me, but I've been targeted by these mosquitoes a lot. And so the key factor is that mosquitoes and flies are going for a specific bacteria coming from specific sweat glands. So each and every human being, shall I put it this way, each and every organism, living organism, have a specific bacteria secreted by its sweat glands. And so that is why certain individuals get targeted more by mosquitoes and flies even, because it's the amount of, well, the type of bacteria that's secreted from sweat glands. And so rowan, oryx, sable, giraffes, and even zebra at a certain time will have a huge amount of these louse flies, sometimes bothering them quite a lot, and constantly targeting them and going at them and going for that bacterial base from the sweat glands. But yeah, that is why you'll see the tail, and this fly actually bites quite a bit. It doesn't carry any venom, but it's a just rather huge irritation that happens. But yeah, beautiful and interesting, shall I say rather, to what is happening constantly, why that tail is waving all the time, and what is happening in total with them. Just so beautiful.
Good afternoon, everyone. I finally made it out, and we're here at Treehouse Dam. Sorry, it took us a little while, but we're all good now. So I'm hoping that you guys are excited. I hope you've had a good drive so far. It's me, Trishala. I've got Morgan on camera with me. There we go, and we're at Treehouse Dam, and we're hoping to find some elephants this afternoon, at least for the first bit. And then as the evening sets in, maybe a little bit more predator action. But for now, we're at the dam. And we have a trusty lapwing, but that's about it. We can take a moment to listen. We can hear maybe if there's some elephants close by, moving around, breaking those branches as usual. I even see a hammerkop. Pretty quiet, I don't hear anything. But hopefully that will change. I see a kudu in the distance. Hello, kudu. And won't you come down and drink for us? This morning we had such a lovely sighting of all those Impala coming down to drink at Twin Dams. Maybe this kudu will come down to drink too. Nope, off it goes, as they do. But our hammerkop here is moving very, very quickly. Now, yesterday I saw a very interesting hammerkop. The hammerkop had its hammer head. Its hammerhead was all fluffed up. It kind of looked like a hoopoe. It was very, very pretty, and I don't often see that. So it was nice to see a different side of the hammerkop. So often we just see it with its hammered head. And it's moving with some sort of urgency, so I suppose it's quite hungry and looking for all those little aquatic animals that it can get. Particularly like frogs. Look at it darting its beak in and out like that. I hope it does get a meal. It's closing in on our trusty blacksmith lapwing, the forever reliable waterbird. But we're going to move on from here now and explore the south a little bit and see what else we can find. But I'm going to send you over to Ngala. They're also at a waterhole.
And just as we were hoping for, there are some elephants at Alfred Dam having a bit of a drink. Haven't counted how many there are, but let's go through it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like there might be 7 of them. And approaching them rather inquisitively are a small group of hippos as well. Sometimes the hippos don't like sharing their water with anyone else, so they'll go and chase the elephants, or at least try to. Caught a glimpse of, I think it was Trishala the other day had that, where a hippo actually chased an young elephant bull away. OD was mentioning such a classic African scene. Large dam, elephants drinking, hippos in front. Couldn't ask for much more. Like we saw those other elephants that might have had a drink. The first ones we don't think it had a drink. The second ones might have had a little bit of a drink. Oh, the hippo's performing a bit. And these ones I'm sure have been feeding for the majority of the day, from early morning, maybe resting a little bit during midday. And now I've come down in the evening to quench their thirst. And you can see one of the large cows is now deciding and stopping. But she looked like she was deciding to move off. A really fantastic setting in general. That is a good question. I've never personally seen it myself, but I would think so. I would think maybe not the crocodiles in this waterhole, because they're not they're not small crocs, but they're not huge crocodiles. But I have seen videos of elephant herds drinking, and especially the young ones. So similarly to that one that's out of that group that's on the left, the one that's just behind Mom, maybe that smallest one, maybe even the second smallest one, a large crocodile. There's a good chance that if elephant is drinking, it might try and grab onto the trunk and pull it into the water. I have seen it on video once, so it's definitely happened before. And it would be quite an amazing yet horrific thing to watch, I think. You can imagine the elephant herd would probably get really panicked, try and rescue the young one. In that video that I saw, the young one managed to get away. I think if it went for a big elephant, it would be probably quite a tricky job for the elephant to get loose of the crocodile, but I think it would probably be able to throw the crocodile off its trunk. Maybe the crocodile would bite a portion of the trunk off or damage it, but probably only some of the smaller elephants that a crocodile would be able to actually pull into the water. And then usually what they do with those bigger prey species is grab them, get a really strong grip on them, and then just swim down to the bottom of the river or dam where they are, try and drown the animal. These elephants are in absolutely no rush this afternoon. It's like they know it's Friday afternoon. It's also fantastic to see so much water in this specific dam in front of us, because it was, I think, 2 years ago that in the winter it almost dried completely, and by the end of the season there was just a big thick pool of mud, lots of catfish or barbel in the middle that were thrashing and trying to desperately gasp at some oxygen. Crocodiles moved out of the waterhole, and then we had really good rains last year that actually filled up the dam quite nicely, and this year's rains just kept it at that level and filled it up a little bit more. Birding wise, this waterhole is quite tricky to bird because it is so enormous. So if you were keen on birding around here, you'd probably have to take a walk and walk around, or have a really strong spotting scope. But those are for the really small and tricky waders, with most of the bigger, sort of more characteristic and easier birds to identify, binoculars will suffice. Usually a pair of fish eagles here, and I'm just trying to see if I can't see one. I think there is one, but we might have to reverse just a tad. I'm just quickly going to do that because it's in a dead tree in front of us. How's that, Odie? In the big dead tree on the far side. So it is quite far away. Maybe a big challenge for Odie to get this. Yeah, near the bottom. That white little fleck. Yeah, perfect. It's miles away, but you can see the African fish eagle perched in the lower branches of that dead tree. And there's often a fish eagle around here, if not two. You can imagine why they would be here. There's lots of fish in this dam. We've seen lots and lots of, especially catfish and barbel. I'm quite determined to throw a rod in here one day and see if we catch anything. Maybe some tilapia. But I think now that those ellies are starting to move off and the hippos are really quite far away from us, I think we'll start making our way back central and start checking areas that we haven't checked this afternoon and see if there aren't any other interesting things. I feel like it's an elephant day for Ngala.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. As one of the industry's best and Fagasa-endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we have left that waterhole and we've come across this beautiful section further north. And on our way, I think I've just seen the Mokala group of meerkats in this area. I'm just looking at this area coming through. Yep, it is indeed. So we will most probably go off on foot for a couple of seconds after this, but just quickly having a look from the as we are. Just looking at them in a distance. Gerrit's is trying to get to them there quickly. As you can see, there we go. Look at that. That's one of them actually just standing up straight there. Beautiful. So as we just driving through this area, just beautiful seeing these guys, and what a lovely another surprise coming through. Check out this little one digging, constantly looking for some insects being around. So this time of the year, they getting some grubs and larvae of insects from the from the summer season, from the rainy time and so on. But yeah, constantly looking hard at work, looking for some insects underground. And the crazy thing is constantly digging, looking for some food, and trying to do so at hardcore base, because these guys are one of the key factors of telling us that there's potential crazy cold winter coming, cold weather coming actually, for the last 4 or 5 days coming up ahead. So yeah, there's quite a bit of activity happening. As you can see, they're hardcore at work, because when there's huge massive cold fronts, these guys could constantly keep on going for the last bits before that cold front is happening, literally missioning hardcore just to find enough food, as much food as possible as they can get. But yeah, very cool seeing these guys hardcore at work. Just beautiful seeing that. And once again, check out that crimson-breasted strike just hopping along with them there as well. Beautiful crimson-breasted strike just tagging along, trying to catch up on some insects, and hoping to get some remains of what's been happening at a particular potential digging, where they've been opening up the surface and trying to find some great food resources in a certain area. But yeah, very, very cool. In the meanwhile, sending you back over to Ngala.
So it seems like all of the larger animals are coming around this watering hole this afternoon. We've now managed to find a beautiful dark giraffe bull busy feeding in really nice light this afternoon. Not too worried about us, pretty content down there. And looks like he's all on his own this afternoon. Quite a mature giraffe bull, and they tend to get a little bit darker as they get older. Just having a good look. He's got no real wounds around him, but you can see on his neck 2 what look like red-billed oxpeckers. Busy looking for some ticks and other parasites that might be on him. Head is right in that bush. He uses his lips and obviously we can't see it from here, but also making use of that incredibly rough tongue to try and strip some of those leaves. I wonder if he's going to make an attempt to try and have a drink this evening. He is on the southern side of us, and there's quite a steep bank down to our right, so I think it would be for him to get around to the water. He'd have to move either east or west and go around this bank and then try and come down on the other side to get down to the water's edge. But he seems quite happy just feeding for the time being. Not even taking note of too much going on around him. Every now and then he's picking up his head and having a look around. You can imagine from that height he can probably see quite a lot down the bottom of this drainage line. You might be able to hear in the background there's sort of a doo-doo-doo bird calling. It sounds like a common green shank. And those are some of the smaller water birds that I mentioned that you might be able to find around here. Others might be kiplets as plovers, three-banded plovers. But pretty fantastic view of the giraffe once again. Turns out it was a pretty good plan to come into the western part of Ngala. There wasn't much on the way towards this area, but as soon as we got closer to the water holes, the animals started to come out and show themselves to us. very peaceful this afternoon. It's tricky to tell what he's busy feeding on from here. There's definitely a tamboti in the front, that darker tree, but he's not eating off that. He's feeding off another bush at the back. It looks like there might be some type of creeper as well. You can see how he's really enjoying it, trying to get as much of that specific plant as possible. Almost looks like he's eating spaghetti with that creeper hanging out of his mouth. He thinks it's a sparkthorn. It's tricky to see with the camera. I've had a good look with my binoculars. Maybe it's a sparkthorn. The leaves look a little bit droopy though. I was thinking maybe buffalo thorn. But it looks like it might be maybe a sparkthorn at the bottom. But I definitely think what the giraffe is busy feeding on now is some type of creeper. I think I'm just going to take a few moments to just soak in the setting and enjoy the scene. So Shreyas, I think you're asking if giraffe bulls are born with pale ossicones. And then for those of you that don't know, the ossicones are basically the giraffe's horns. Don't know if they're born pale. I think most of them are quite fluffy and orange in color when they're born, but only when they get a little bit older do you start to see that pale top, which is the bald patch on the top, if that's the pale part that you are looking at. And anyway, yeah, so when they're born, it's actually quite tricky to sex them when they're very young, because they both, male and female, have very fluffy ossicones. And then when they get a little bit older, they tend to get those bald patches on top. That's the easiest way to tell between a male and female giraffe, is by looking at the ossicones. The males and the bulls have got that bald patch on the top, and the females have got hair and fur all over the top, and I think that's to do with the fact that they use their ossicones for necking or fighting with other males. So we're going to continue away from the watering hole, head back towards the central parts, but while we head off on our way, we're going to send you to Trishala, who's got a bird at the watering hole as well.
We have a very beautiful saddle-bill stork here at Twin Dams. You might have already seen it with Andrew, I'm not sure. We have just come past here, but I can never go past the saddle-bill stork without saying hi. It's nice to see them around. We've been seeing them the last couple days. Remember there was a time last year where we were seeing them a lot. We were very lucky, but this time not so much, but I'm glad that they are around. It's a lovely female. You can see that she's got a yellow ring around her eye. I always tell you it looks like she's matchy-matchy with the saddle on her beak. Beautiful pose for us too, like a ballerina. I'm still looking for some elephants. I'm quite close to the Mulwati. So we're going to tuck in there and we're going to actually maybe just watch from the top and see if there's any elephant action. Remember, in this, there was a certain part of the Mulwati where we were seeing elephants quite a lot. So it will be nice to catch up with them. Otherwise, still pretty quiet here, although I'm quite glad to see the saddle-bill stork. It's doing the same thing I am, it's listening. Now, birds can also hear, even though they don't have ears like us. This external part of the ear is called a pinnae. This part that you'd touch if you, well, I was about to say if you have an ear of your ears. It's called a pinnae, and not all animals have that. But what it does is it helps us to funnel sound into our ear, the actual part of the ear that is the structural bit for us to listen properly. So birds don't have a pinnae, but they do have ear holes that they can listen, so they can definitely hear, even though they don't look like they have obvious ears. Same goes for a sense of smell. They don't look like they have an obvious nose, but they can also smell. But one thing that they do, or that you can see very well, is the fact that they've got eyes, and very good eyes at that, a very good eyesight at that. They have their blood vessels of their eyes concentrated in a part called a pectin. So unlike us, where we have blood vessels kind of on our retina, they don't have that. So when light suddenly changes as they go through a canopy, they don't see the shadow of the blood vessels on their image like we would. So that means that they can clearly hunt even in conditions such as, like, under the canopy and near drainage lines, etc., where the light is always changing because it's above the leaves. Anyway, this girl is busy preening herself, but so now we're going to send you over to Andrew, who's managed to get us a bit of a surprise.
Hello everybody again this afternoon. So what we got here, we got an expeditions, WildEarth expedition guy, which is the James Henry, who you might all know of him. So he's right there. He's going to be with us actually.
Hello, here we are. We are on an expedition. This is the expeditionary force. Behind me, we have seen Tlalamba. We are very excited. We hope that you are all very well. I'm not sure what else to say, but I'm very excited to see you all again if you have seen me before. If you haven't, well, hello, for the first time. We all met today in, we didn't meet in Johannesburg, but we all flew out of Johannesburg today, and we have 5 days on wonderful Djuma and Buffelshoek and Torchwood. Thank you so much.
All right, so we're just going to head on and then look of what...
We were so excited to see you.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm excited.
We are so excited.
Yeah, so it's so cool. And then I'm sure James is also very happy, and all guests are so happy to be actually with James in this time, in these expeditions.
Everyone is happy.
Very happy. Very.
So we're going to go look to see if we can find a leopard.
Yeah.
You think we're going to get that
Take care, we see you again.
We see you around.
Enjoy the evening.
We're not going anywhere far.
No,
you
we're
guys
not.
develop.
We have another wonderful guest with us, Sergio Real. Sergio is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I bought a Ticket to Dream because I love WildEarth. All of the guides have been awesome. We've been watching for years, and it's a favorite part of my day to get to watch the drives. I look forward to seeing lots of leopards.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part of the drive today was definitely an elephant that paid us a visit and came right to our car.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's amazing being on a live drive in Djuma. It's just fantastic. The scenery is beautiful and the animals are even better.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Day.
So as I was saying, sorry about that technical difficulties. We have started cutting away from that meerkats that we had previously. The thing is, we heading over straight across towards those cheetah. We just don't want to lose out on sunlight, so we actually decided to rather not go off on foot to those meerkats now. We actually left that beautiful sighting where we had them actually busy digging quite vigorously. But yeah, as they are very, very, very much active most of the time, digging all the way. So yeah, we're just gonna make a bit of a loop through this area, heading on the way to those cheetah, and heading straight across more or less towards that area where we left them this morning, and hoping to see some follow-up. Those cats must have been feeding quite a lot already in that position close to the mountains where we're heading over to. But yeah, just for a nice follow-up, seeing how those animals have been eating quite a lot throughout the day. I mean, that carcass, it would be really, really awesome to see how much that Oryx has been fed on also quite a bit. And I mean, that was such a big fight they had on, that they put on with that Oryx this morning. It was really, really crazy looking at it. But yeah, very, very awesome. Awesome fun in the Kalahari sun, if I can put it that way. But yeah, so we are on a slow bumble on the way, like I said. And as you can hear, the wind is picking up quite strongly in this area right now, as I do believe we are getting that cold front coming in again. as there's crazy temperatures coming for the next coming week, apparently. So yeah, we're going to be seeing how the animals are constantly adapting to the conditions and the changing conditions all the time as well. So yeah, there's a lot of it happening at the moment, where we've been seeing animals feeding at the oddest times of the day already and doing the oddest behaviors. And it's crazy always to think about it, how these animals all know exactly when and where and how much they need to do to survive in this ecosystem. I mean, the Kalahari is a pretty difficult environment and a pretty tough ecosystem as it is. So animals do need to think what they do all the time, constantly in that situation. But yeah, just at the same time, so beautiful driving off into the edges of the dunes on the way to that cheetah sighting, as we're going to try getting to that area. But yeah, a beautiful area. We actually have driven across a couple of Oryx, past a couple of Oryx further away at the back, but those guys were quite far off in the distance. We're rather going to see if we can get some Oryx closer by. So this road that I'm going to take next, there's abundance of bat-eared fox that I've seen. 2 separate families in that area actually that we're coming across up ahead, which is why I'm just driving through on this road on the way to that cheetah. And so my apologies for not hearing all of the question happening there, but I think the comment came through as it's awesome to be on a bumble. I hope I'm right, but yeah, very, very cool. Sounds like we're going to be sending you away to another destination.
So, we already working around Cheetah. I know Kalamba, she was seen around in this area, but it's a big lineup wherever she is. So I'll probably take in where there's number 9. Standing by. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the sun. This is how we're going to call it a day here, where the sun is going down soon. It's gotten a time where birds all sang about, because it's probably the last day of today for them all. Those have to communicate, and then until they do that again tomorrow morning. And later on, it's going to be one of these beautiful day or night where it's going to be a moon take over after just darkness. And that's going to help a lot of scrub hares that loves moon so much at night. So, a comment from Candice saying that it's a stunning sunset. You're very right. This is one of the best of a sunset. I know we've seen a lot of a sunset, but when you look at there's no such clouds. It's just going to be a beautiful sunset of it tonight. So we're gonna go search around Cheetah Dam, see if there's elephants or anything else around watering hole there.
So what's standing out for me this afternoon is this beautiful light that we have in front of us. Something that happens pretty much every day, but every day, this time of day, we always tend to enjoy this golden hour, as most of the guides call it. And we are heading down back towards the Timbavati riverbed. And, oh, there's an Impala crossing the road. But it looks like just one Impala ewe, so I think we'll keep going and see what's down at the bottom of the river. It's quite a stunning area, this as well. You're right up on one of the high points on Ngala's property. We might end up coming back here to watch the sunset. Sorry, OD. I think let's keep going for now, but the sun's probably going to set in about 15 minutes. So we'll just check down this road a little bit, and then I think what we might do is just pop back up if we don't find anything and come and watch. There's a really nice dead tree that we can potentially place in a nice part of the frame and hopefully get a cracking sunset. I won't be able to play the guessing game tonight because after last night I'm pretty sure everyone's realized that it's about 2 to 2.5 minutes from when you see the sun on the horizon until it sets. So we'll have to leave that for a few weeks and then we'll come back to it at another stage. See the area that we're driving through as well, it's quite dense, lots of bush willow. And that's because we're on sort of a ridge crest going down towards the riverbed. So it's quite sandy soil up in this part of the reserve, or it's just going down the valley. So just less sandy than at the top of the crests. That's where you would expect bush willow. But this is one of the thickest bush willow sections on Ngala. Would be nice if those elephants that we saw today came and fed through here and cleared some of it out for us. But also when elephants come and feed in an area, they usually end up feeding on the trees that you don't want them to. Like that knobthorn that was pushed over by them. little bit of a more open area on either side. Really nice termite mound as well. I was just having a scan to see that nothing was there. Just going to reverse to show you the termite mound quickly. I might need to go back a bit further. So there is the termite mound, and you can see it's got quite a nice flat top of the surface. So, I mean, we're not expecting, but just keeping a good eye out to see if there wasn't potentially something like a leopard or a lion at the top of the termite mound, using it as a bit of a vantage point. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to turn around and head back for the sunset. And while we do that, we're going to send you back to Tswalu.
We've found some little elephants. Well, not actually very little. Well, there's a few of them. There's 3 nice bulls and this little bachelor herd. One really big one, the one that we had at Treehouse Dam yesterday, it seems to be him. And 2 slightly younger ones. Just chomping away really, really close to the Tumbeta pan. So maybe they'll go there and have a little drink. But for now, they're just eating. You know how much I love the sounds of elephants eating, how much I just like to enjoy spending time with them. They're super, super relaxed. You can see that their eyes are just a little, they're not wide. They're very relaxed. Oh, can you hear that crunching? That's just the best sound. There's another one coming through. That's interesting. There comes a time when you get so used to being with elephants that you can, because I went quiet there and then they both stood still, so they were obviously talking. And though we can't perceive the frequency at which they are communicating, somehow you can manage to feel it. And like I've always said to you, the feelings that you get out here, I always believe it to be knowledge that you don't know you have. So all the time our brains are constantly collecting data about things around us, whether we're aware of it or not. And that becomes part of your set of knowledge, and it's using it as well. I definitely feel like the more I spend time with elephants, the more we actually perceive that. That's why you need to come and visit here, guys, and see it in person, because you'll really feel what it's like when they're communicating. This kind of thunderous feeling in the air, but not very loud. Beautiful to listen to them crunching away like this. Well, I'm going to send you over to Tswalu, where Johan is on a bumble, and we'll see what else we can find.
Welcome back, everybody. We have just about to complete this road that I was talking about earlier, where this bat-eared foxes like to come through every now and again, but yeah, we haven't really had access here on this area. We're driving through furthermore coming closer to that area where the cheetahs have been taking down that Oryx this morning. We soon, most probably in the next half an hour or so, will be pulling into that sighting as we're traveling out in that area. And in the meanwhile, keep on looking and see what we can find on the way. We might even, as we're nearing the mountains here in front of us, we possibly could be getting some brown hyenas actually on the edges of the mountains here in front of us actually. But just beautiful looking at that image. We're driving down this long stretch of the road with this gorgeous sun coming down the road in the Kalahari image with all these beautiful camelthorn trees almost starting to silhouette in the edges of the road here in this beautiful area. We've been seeing some wildebeest coming through as we've been driving, a coalition of wildebeest moving through certain areas, and yeah, just gorgeous coming across all these herds and herds of antelope in an area like this as we're driving as well. I mean, it's really, really special. It's always amazing when you drive through areas of the Kalahari throughout the different ecotypes, especially of the green Kalahari, and you keep on coming across different things, different storylines from different tracks crossing over certain areas, and yeah, just telling different stories of what's been happening, what's going to happen, and all of these things. You see, our life is tracking out here, as I've mentioned it over a huge amount of times, talking about the tracks and the trackers of this game reserve itself, and the tracking teams, the guides and the trackers forming these tracking teams together for success in the house to come in. A typical speaking example this morning again. Leah, you are wondering if brown hyenas are having the same areas as spotted hyenas. I hope I heard that right. And so the thing is that you could often get spotted hyenas walking in the very same areas as brown hyenas. I mean, spotted hyenas and brown hyenas being in the same areas sometimes. My apologies. So the question there was, do they hunt the same animals in the same way? So the thing is that you would get them often being so different from one another, because the thing is, to start off, first things first, spotted hyenas are in clans, and the brown hyenas are always like in a monogamous bed where you'll have a male and a female together and raising all their cubs from one den site. They could shift it around every now and again, but the difference is that the lifestyles are so different. I mean, spotted hyenas, and very little do most people know that spotted hyenas actually hunt 50%, and the other 50% is scavenging. So again, in an area like this, which is so vast and big, actually, it most of the time comes to a situation where those guys need to work in a teamwork effort, and sometimes they don't come across a path of a cheetah that has killed something or whatsoever. Then it gets to a possibility that spotted hyena is obviously going to have to work for it. Look at that gorgeous Oryx crossing the road in front. Just beautiful. But yeah, then brown hyenas could sometimes just walk around and look for dried bone material and things like that as well. So very different lifestyles and very different ways of doing things and so on.
So we've made our way back towards the area where we said we were going to, and there's a beautiful dead knob thorn, and how is that smoke hanging in the sky? Making for a little bit of a unique sunset this evening, and I'm just going to keep quiet and enjoy the sunset tonight. A really unique sunset to draw a close to this Friday.
So everybody, eventually we got it looks like a single bull elephant here. And I'm just not sure whether it's him that pushed that tree down. But he's busy feeding on the remain of all the branches that's been breaked off after that tree fell over. Wow, it's a decent bull. Looks just above 25. Between 25, maybe early 30s. Such an amazing, the tuskers. It's only a main reason they're built for. Support the trunk always when the animal feed. The trunk itself is strong, but some plants, that trunk cannot break off totally. In that case, the trunk in the tuskers would involve in supporting the trunk. And he will be standing the whole night. Now it's getting pretty much dark. But they will carry on, stand up, move, feed. Listen, you say you're commenting, you just love this, you love the sound. It's actually beautiful sound. If you can just take another moment, listen to that again. So it looks like it's getting done. Now it's probably going to move. Just going to watch him move through this bush. There's a road. We're on the road. Dale, you're asking what kind of nutrition they get from eating a dead wood. So that marula tree is actually fallen off. Probably happens not by him, but it was not actually dried wood. It was still wet. Of course, on the dry wood, they cannot get anything. But they can still get some nutritious when they eat dry grasses most, and some plants which is still wet. So we're gonna see if we can move around and look around. We're going to send everybody across to Tswalu, where Johan has got a cheetah brothers.
Welcome back, everybody. And we have arrived. Look at these two big-bellied boys. That is crazy. Just look at that. And there's a crazy amount of jackal company here, guys. This is just insane. And I can see these cats have been chasing these jackals once or twice. There's a bit of audio happening here. And I can see these cats have just started becoming active. And these jackals must have tried making it. As you can see, there's a huge amount of them running around this carcass and trying to figure out what's happening. And trying to find a way to get into this carcass. But as you can see, there's literally just ribcage left. And that means these boys must have been going with for a good 3 to 4 days without proper food for a long stretch of time. So, which is meaning that is the reason why they've been feeding for such a huge chunk of the day. And you can see they finished most of that carcass. One of the questions we had this morning was are they actually going to be finishing the entire carcass? And my answer was actually earlier this morning that 70 to 80% of the carcass would be consumed. And as you can see, there's actually most probably more that is been consumed throughout the day, which is telling me these two boys have been really, really very hungry. So very cool seeing them feeding constantly and actively feeding this carcass here. In this position, I'm very happy to see that nothing come to chase them off yet. Typically like a hyena clan, I'm sure these cats will not be here doing that, because it's going to get to a point that it's going to possibly be causing a bit of a harm possibly to them if there's a hyena clan rocking up. And so it could get to a potential chance of that they really need to just get out of here for safety purposes. If they've gained so much already and having this carcass to such an extent where they've fed their bellies so well that that they have nothing to lose, then rather just get out of the area for safety purposes. And that is typically the attitude for cheetah. The only difference is when there's a challenger cheetah male or something coming into the area, and it potentially could challenge them. But then again, cheetahs don't do scavenging purposes. I've never really seen cheetah taking over other kills of other cheetahs. It mostly comes down to the formalities are that it's about fighting for territories and things like that, but I've never seen cheetah really scavenging. It mostly comes to the point of finding their own fresh kills. But yeah, as we arrived here, it was just so insane to see the amount of jackal activity. You can see the tail swifting through the air there. It's just that cat telling the jackals surrounding these cheetah boys that, listen, we know about your surroundings and you better not touch this carcass. So there's still a way of domination happening here. And you can see there's quite a bit of panting that's been happening. Guys, look at that golden light on this cat's head. Just a full-on cheetah day we've been having with this gorgeous, gorgeous animals. Look at that jackal's head just popping out in between, just behind him as well. Look at that golden eyes we're seeing there. Folks, this is just insane. This is beautiful. Look at that. Look at that bravery from those jackals. And this cheetah male is not even budging. So the crazy thing is they dare touch that carcass. That cat might just smack him. But the thing is, their strength is so strong that they can actually kill those jackals. So I think it's just that they've been feeding so much and just been chunking up those bellies so much that they couldn't care less. What's going to be very surprising is if this cat just allows them to feed at the same time while they both just lying down. See, the thing is that belly is explodingly big. But again, that other cat is just lying with its bum close to the carcass. So it could be that he's just going to push the jackals off again. Check that eyesight. Look at that face growl. There we go. How dare you touch my carcass? How dare you touch my hard work? How cool is that? Just a bit of a predator-scavenger interaction there. And then he really can't feed anymore. Like that bellies are just exploding. But he's literally just showing dominance to that jackal saying, hey, this is ours. Get your own, get a move on. But this is the crazy thing about this situation. So all the viewers are apparently commenting that they look super full. They look like they've just swallowed an entire watermelon. Those bellies are super, super big. And I guess the jackals are chancing it so much due to the fact that they can see those bellies are massive and they know these cats are not really not really so much keen to actually feed furthermore, which is exactly that. They're not really keen to feed further. But it's literally just, this is our carcass and you better dare not try to take it. The guy is like sort of acting to just try to eat a bit furthermore. I've just had a jackal coming right up to the front of my vehicle, even trying to pick up on the bits and pieces where these cats have been dragging things all around and everything like that happening. But very, very cool seeing this predator-scavenger interaction happening here. And these jackals, I kid you not, it's most probably between them and the hyenas. The spotted hyenas is one of the bravest animals I've seen actually happening most of the time, where they try to chance and take over and try to go into an area as quick as possible, as soon as possible as they can. And braving it with lions even, I've seen it before. But the craziest thing, I guess, is chancing it with dogs that's just taken down a fresh kill, because wild dogs can easily take down big carcasses if it's a big prey, or if it's a big pack. And so what happens is that jackals the most jackals I've seen in a live wild dog hunt, for instance, was over 10 jackals following that hunt. But looking at cheetahs, I've seen close to 8 to 7 of them even following that hunt as they go through, even without a carcass, because they just know how successful the cheetahs are in their killing rate that they do. So I'm going to ask us to push up the sounds a bit and just trying to listen what's happening there. I can see tails swifting every now and again. Brenning Lulu, you are commenting that these jackals are so sneaky. Yeah, sneaky indeed, for sure. That is crazy. Like while the cat's head is going down, you can actually see them trying to sneak in and trying to just to have a quick peek on something there, trying to just nibble of a tiny bit of meat and so on. But yeah, that cat is so full, he doesn't even budge. But yes, close for comfort, too close for comfort. It could get to that situation where that jackal's going to get a smack from a cheetah. So as I was saying earlier on, guys, that there's so much audio happening there. I don't know if we're going to be hearing it on the camera, but so much audio happening with that jackals trying to chance it. I can hear it. They're actually growling at the cats. And the cats are not even making a move towards them. I wonder if they know how hard a cheetah can smack. At the moment, I'm just hearing the breeze, but we're going to be hearing the sounds. I'm going to just give a good 2-3 minutes silence. That is crazy. So obviously the sounds will not be coming through anymore because the cats just left the carcass. But yeah, I've been having quite a lot of audio, and we'll see just now what's going to happen if these cats may be chasing off these jackals. We'll keep you posted.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is piloting a brand new concept, and this time it's at night. This Saturday, a specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James, just head a little bit more left.
Okay, Gabi, I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this pilot into a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors. Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles, and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
I love being a cam-op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
And it is jackal feeding frenzy. This is crazy. These jackals are literally nearly killing each other for that carcass. So we unbelievably having these cheetahs walking off from this carcass, and we will most probably stick with these cats. But just quickly showing you, these jackals are, in my words, most probably one of the biggest cowards in the bush. They have all teamed up against these cheetah, trying to look big. Now that they've moved into the carcass, now they're trying to eat each other. Well, they're not physically trying to eat each other, but they're fighting so vigorously. And the sounds that's coming off there. So we're already having these cheetahs, they've moved off. So as I was saying earlier on, these cats are slowly but surely getting out of here, trying to get to a safety position as they know the sun is busy setting, and it's getting to the time of the day where they're going to get to a safety position good enough for them to scout out as their bellies are very full, and they know they need to get to a safety position beforehand. So we'll most probably stick with these guys another 10 seconds, and then we're going to have to follow those cats as they are leaving us. I can already see them about 50-60 meters away from us, moving through the thickets, but we'll catch up on them just now. Just quickly, about 3 to 5 seconds listening to those jackals feeding. This is just crazy. Just listen to this quickly. This is just insane to see how much, or actually hear how much jackals are announcing in the area that there's a free carcass right now. Abandoned carcass, no big predators on that carcass anymore. So now what's happening is that they are actually constantly feeding and announcing that there's more and more jackals will be rocking up. I think we're going to stick with those cats. That is an insane sighting there as well at the same time. It's crazy when you've got to pick and choose what to do, what's going to happen. But yeah, let's stick with these cats. That is a critically endangered species, so let's keep on going with them and see what we can get up to. I can see them moving off in front of us. But yeah, following through with what I was thinking earlier on with playing it safe, they have been eating a lot. So, FC, can you just repeat that question again? So Monarch, you are commenting that you're saying it seems like nothing goes to waste in the Kalahari. Yes, it is indeed. I always joke with the jackals. I always say to people that it's like the cleaning services of the Kalahari. You see, in this true natural form, jackals are strong scavengers. I want to call them like the thieves of the day and night in the Kalahari, because it often gets to a point where they stick with cheetahs well in advance. And then it gets to a situation where they try to steal well in advance. Now look at those cats. Just look at them walking into the sun. But you are very, very true in what you are saying there with that comment, and saying that there is nothing going to waste in this landscape. Just literally 1 or 2 bones remaining of a carcass, and even that gets picked up later on by a brown hyena and so on. But yeah, those jackals have just gone into super, super strong feeding. All right, so we're going to stick with these cats and see where they lead us up to, maybe some water point, and we'll keep you posted.
So from Juan's very full cheetahs, have a look at this tiny bird that we've got silhouetted. See the fast movements of the head, really small tail. It looks like a species of owlet that we get in Ngala, and the light's a little bit tricky to see exactly what it is, but if I had to guess on the size and of the behavior, it looks like it might be a little pearl-spotted owlet. The OD's just switched over to the IR. Maybe that will allow us to better see this bird. Just silhouetted, yeah. Look how quickly it's moving its head around, making sure that it's scanning around the ground here. The area that we're in, there's quite a big open area around us, and there's a good chance that it could be looking for maybe some rodents. starting to move around as it's getting, oh, and off it goes. I'm glad we managed to get the little owlet on, and you can see this absolutely spectacular scene that we've got at the moment. The smoke really exemplifies the sunset this evening. This is probably my favorite spot on Ngala to stop for sunset. It's an area known as Manyaleti First Clearing. You can see by the amount of scenic shots that we've produced on Ngala this afternoon that we've scratched around. We did do quite well at that waterhole in the west, but since we came down from there, we haven't seen much. This owl was almost the first, even the first bird we saw. But the sunset is too stunning. Now is also the time of the night when the spotlight is going to come out. So we'll be heading down, continuing on this road in a southerly direction, looking for any of the nocturnal animals. The Pride of Lions with the cubs, the part of the Birmingham Pride with the small youngsters was also the tracks were last seen this morning heading in this direction. So maybe if we're very, very lucky, they'll come out onto the road. There's a patch that's been burnt, so we don't off-road in the burnt area because it's quite a sensitive patch of ground. But who knows, maybe those lions would have got up and moved during this latter part of the evening and could be looking for some food. So maybe we'll get lucky with them. Otherwise, I'm going to try and sell and see if Odie and myself can't find a serval this evening. But while we head off on that mission, we're going to send you back to Tswalu, where it sounds like those cheetahs have started moving.
Yes, kyk hy goue lig wat soos hulle instap daar, né? Alright, so these animals are moving through, coming through this area. And I almost went into speaking Afrikaans there with Gert again, looking at this area. It's just so special, looking at this area in this beautiful, typical savanna environment that these animals are walking into. And just gorgeous seeing them coming through this landscape. Now, interesting thing is, like, these bellies are super full at the moment, and as it is so full, they are missioning a longer distance and completely a different direction as opposed to what I was thinking they're going to be heading into. My sentiment was they're going to be going north towards that hill in the front, and just to head over into that area and see if they could get to a nice scouting vantage point. But I know there's good sociable weavers' nests in this area that they might be going to mark their territories at as well. And that is the potential chances that we might actually see them going to those nests first, and then maybe they might even go south to that dam where we started up this afternoon. But just crazy looking at that golden light, seeing that beautiful animal walking off into that stunning scenery. Right, let's continue. Looks like they're just moving just furthermore into that spot towards that nest. It's amazing that you'll have always that one male that's lots more dominant over the other boy, and always causing a strong leadership in this technique, walking through together. And it's very important that that leader is pronounced, because he leads them to good hunts, he leads them to safety grounds, and he leads them to really good possibilities of marking territory and show and tell in certain areas and environments, as for safety purposes as well. So we're just trying to get up ahead of them here as they're walking through, just trying to distinguish where they're going to come through now. Try to see what's the possibilities here. Mara, you are asking, why do cheetahs have tear lines? Now, that is a very good question, and we've been touching on that topic, especially with the black markings and some of the antelope this afternoon, especially, and so on. But that black marks and tear lines is to attract the sharp sunlight towards those eyes, towards those black lines, and as those black lines are a very good attraction, it keeps the sharp sunlight out of the eyes in that formality. So I'm going to just drop down a bit so Gert can shoot over me here. There's a beautiful, beautiful spot where they're walking through just in behind the thicket there. Another one coming through. And then the other thing is that it's almost like a pair of sunglasses that they put up when they have that tear lines below the eyes, running out of the corners of the eyes. But in the case of a female cheetah with cubs, if she's basically training the young cubs to actually, get to know how to kill and how to be a cheetah and how to hunt and everything like that, it comes through to the point that after she will actually kill, not really kill, but catch a young antelope baby. And so as she then catches the baby, she doesn't really kill it. She actually then just brings it down to, I want to say, like almost traumatizing it to a exhaustion level. And so what happens then is that she then places that tear lines on the throat to show the cubs where they should grab the antelope for suffocating it, being a cat, being a cheetah, smothering it to death. So that tear lines runs to the first canine teeth, the teeth that they make use of to smother antelope and animals to death at their throat, at the esophagus. And so when that happens, when the cubs actually play fight death, or play fight this animal to death, that's how they try to strangle it on its throat. And it's quite a traumatizing situation to see what happens, but that's the training process of a cheetah, and that is the two functionalities of those tear lines.
So everybody, we're still attempting around here to find a Kalamba, but there is no luck. I just done off-roading, checking around, but the grasses came so tall there, and then it's not easy to drive around this thicket. She was probably still lying down or moved. I'm not sure, but we only found out when we get lucky around on the road, maybe. Now we're just going to take a look at the beautiful sky. So we'll continue driving around a few roads here, and just hope that you may be on a road or somewhere where it's nice and open for us to get in, take a look at her.
So our first nocturnal animal for this evening. Have a look what we found in front of us. Quite a small animal, very slender legs. Can you see how pointy the ears are? Have a look at the black line down its back, and it's a bit difficult to see, but you can see the different shaded color on top of the back, and then quite importantly that little black tip to the tail. These are black-backed jackals, or this is a black-backed jackal. There was another one that just scurried off to the left, pretty much where that one is currently looking. And I think they've started a little bit of a patrol this evening looking for some food. Tend to prefer the more open areas like that clearing we were just in with the little pearl-spotted owlet. And that's where you tend to find the species of jackal around the property. Also the fact that there was another one makes me think that it's more than likely a pair of them, a male and female. You can see that little trot. I think the other one's just popped back onto the road as well. Yep, there we go, and they're deciding to now turn in a southerly direction. They are monogamous, so they tend to pair for life actually, which is quite interesting. Not too many animals out in this part of the world that will partner up and pair for life. And the reason why I pointed out that black tail as well, and the fact that they were in two, is because there is another species that we do get around here, which I'm sure you might have seen at Djuma or maybe Phinda, and it's got a little white tip to the tail. Almost looks like an African wild dog, and that is a side-striped jackal. But while these jackals are being quite curious and coming towards us, I'm just going to speak a little bit softer, and there's a chance that they might run straight past us. They're very inquisitive. You can see how every little sound in the grass is catching their attention as well, so they've got unbelievable hearing. That's how they tend to pick up on where the prey species that they're after might be moving. Whether it's a little rodent, like we were speaking about, the owl might be after, the jackals will be after something similar this evening. Different aspect of seeing jackals. I heard that there were some jackals lurking around the Springbok carcass at Tswalu, and often people think that they tend to scavenge predominantly. They are scavengers, and they will scavenge if there is an opportunity. But when those opportunities don't present themselves, then they've got to go out and look for their own sources of food. Very, very cool that you got to see the jackals feeding on the carcass as well. And you can see there is a light approaching in the distance. It is not one of our andBeyond Ngala vehicles. None of the guides are in this area. So they're probably not going to know that we are here. I'm just going to turn my lights on quickly. There we go. Very polite of them to turn off. And I think those jackals have scurried off the road. So I think what we'll do is just slowly keep moving towards one more big clearing where we're going to check that area for the lions. But for now, we're going to send you back to Tswalu, who have a cat that is busy scent marking.
Welcome back, everybody. And as you can see, this beautiful cheetah has just reached this sociable weaver's nest, as I was talking about it earlier on, and just marking this landscape flat out. But just look at that beautiful belly. And just from the action that was rolling in this morning, looking at how they've been strangling down that Oryx and fighting it and so on, it is just crazy that we're still seeing such a huge amount of activity happening in this area that we followed them through. I mean, the crazy thing is marking territory, patrolling with a full fat belly like this, and this is most probably one of the last things I was thinking that could potentially be happening in an area like this, because after been eating a lot and a full belly, it would get to the point where they'd rather get to a good resting spot and a good safety position. In fact, now gone into a full-on patrol. And I always say there's things that happens where you, in the Kalahari, can predict what's going to happen. But then, yet again, they change the decision-making upside down in sometimes of what they need to do. This cat's going to lie down right next to us. Just look at that. And you can hear how the sociable weavers are just, I want to say, freaking out about this cheetah's presence. I mean, you can just hear the amount of bird activity happening here. But what's incredible about this also is the amount of alarm calling from the other sociable weavers that's not even linked to this nest. Like birds are seeing this cat off in a distance. It is incredible looking at it that way. So you can see the cat's a bit tired as it's been walking a long distance. The other brother is just behind these thickets at the back. I can't really see him at the moment. But this cheetah has also a few times turned back and marked quite vigorously on this particular spot. And I do think that there's a potential chance that there might actually be a female that has crossed through this area. And the reason why I'm saying that is because he's been smelling the ground surfaces quite a lot and a huge amount of territorial marking, which is meaning that he's trying to communicate with her. Or the other option is that there potentially could be a male, a young male that could have been coming through here and just in acting of dominance happening where there's a vigorous amount of territorial markings happening at the same time. Guys, just look at that beautiful cat. Isn't that just beautiful? And that is brilliant, seeing a specimen like that. But you can see that belly, super quadruple bloated. That is just crazy. But on the other hand, while we look at this beautiful cat, let's just listen to the surroundings again and just seeing this cat just easing off into silence into the evening. And that is really so peaceful. When you can see this cat is super relaxed and he's claimed his land. The other brother must have been plonking down just on the other side of the bush there as well. And both cats just so relaxed at the moment. And it looks like the other brother has just returned out around from the bush. And just want to scan over the edge of the vehicle here. He's just gone flat down right behind the vehicle as well, as he just came out of the bush from behind this cheetah male. But yeah, incredible to hear this amount of audio from these sociable weavers at this gorgeous setting, at this beautiful sociable weavers nest where these cats have been coming to mark their territory. The moment they started walking into this direction, I was saying to Gert that I think this is what's going to happen. They are going to head to those nests because they take all these big sociable weavers nests in these trees, and they sometimes even get to the top of these nests and defecate and urinate on the top of these nests because it's a tall elevated position in that point where it's actually quite a nice height and the scent gets carried away much further as opposed to as it was in amongst vegetation on the ground. So when it's way up high, you get them doing this quite frequently, and so they mark the territorial base of the tree line all the way around them as well. It's one of the last events to happen when you think about the activity that happens on cheetah, is that it's not really a tree climbing cat, as their claws are not really designed to climb trees. But if you look at the bigger picture, they have a dew claw, and those dew claws are also the claws that they make use of to hook into the sides of sharp corners, especially if you think about the image of intelligence when racing the Tswalu Kalahari. You often get that image to turn those sharp corners when the Springbok.
Everybody just apologize for that technical happening. So I'm still in the area. I've been driving through using the spotlight, hoping to find the Kalamba, or happens maybe she come to the road for us, but it hasn't. I've been trying the roads quite often, where sometimes we're going to have to also listen to the bush. I think we just got an elephant's bull there. That is probably disturbing the bush on my right hand side, but it's too thick. Just gonna take a listen more. So I'm gonna keep carrying on with the spotlight searching. Hope we get luck with Kalamba.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa indoors training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
My name is Lauren and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oof!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
really apologize for that technical that happens back in Tswalu there. So I'm still around here, but you know, I didn't actually come across anything on the road. So now we're just gonna take the easy drive. A few roads, if maybe it happens that leopard, maybe it happens she moved off the area where we thought she's still stuck in the bush there. Maybe meanwhile she's just gone off. But also if she's hunting, she could be anywhere. Maybe not on a road. Maybe on a road, we just have to find her. Just a beautiful Venus, one of our planets that can see brightness. So everybody, let me take you back to Tswalu, where there is had a mobile cheetah that was on move.
Welcome back, everybody, and once again, sorry about that technical difficulties we've been having, but just as the cheetahs are completely making up for it, seeing them walking into this beautiful, gorgeous savannah, it looks like they are going to be pushing a bit further west, and we're going to continue trying to follow them until we possibly could not anymore, as we're progressing into a potential time where it's getting to a sort of a cut-off time following these guys, because the thing is they are day active animals, and as they're continuously going into nighttime, walking to a complete different area where they're going to settle in for the evening, we will most probably be able to stick with them for another, give it 5 to 8 minutes or so, and then we'll see what happens after that. But yeah, we'll keep on updating you as it goes. But for now, we obviously sticking with them as much as we can, trying to see what we can get up to. I mean, these cats are busy moving quite a bit, going around through this area, and I'm very, very surprised to see that this is happening at this given hour. I mean, the thing is, their bellies are so full, and they keep on pushing west past those nests that they've been marking territory at. So it's incredible thinking about it, that they keep on pushing even further west. I would have thought either south or north from here. But yeah, constantly moving, walking through the savannah, and maybe even potentially pushing through to the first dune top, to our western sections from here. Just listen to that absolute silence of these animals walking through the grass. Rogan, you are asking if cheetahs always hunt together. You know what? You get most of the time situations where cheetahs are hunting solitary, as they are actually quite solitary cats in quite a lot of instances and so on. But in these cases, in vast, true wilderness environments, I keep on talking about these vast, true wilderness environments. And the thing is that in a vast area where they really got to cover so much ground, in a tough area, they're going to keep on going, pushing into a partnership. And these partnerships are called coalitions. And that coalitions, that is literally until death takes us apart. So they care more for each other in this coalition than what they care for females and mating purposes. It's all about ruling land and surviving together. And so seeing this all coming together like this, I mean, it's incredible seeing how these cats are making their way through in life together. So in the case of females is the only cat that would be at certain times of the year on her own, but not every year. If she's got cubs, she trains those cubs to great survival skills and great hunting skills, and then she would hunt with those cubs and those youngsters for a huge long time. And so it comes through to a time that they could stretch it for a good 3.5 I've seen it by norm that cheetahs in most other areas that I've been guiding in before, I've seen it where cheetahs 16 to 18 months, then she pushes the cubs off and she goes off on her own for about 3-4 months. She falls back into estrus and she could be mated with again. And then again, the process repeats itself where she's got company with the cubs. But in the Kalahari, I've seen it where cheetah mothers train cubs so hardcore and they train them up to such great success where I've seen a female with a litter group walking together for over 3.5, approaching 4 years. I mean, it is crazy thinking about that length of time. The great thing about this game reserve is because of our size that we have, we've got a really good gene pool, and with that rather large gene pool, we've got a really good package, if I can put it that way, coming together, where we, as I've mentioned, some of the cheetah numbers, we're well above 40 cheetahs on this reserve. We've just counted, myself and one of the conservators the other day, and we just of cats that has been seen over the last, can I put it, 6 months, is well above that number. So it's crazy thinking about what is existing and how much is this cheetah population lifting up on this game reserve. It's really incredible. So yeah, cheetahs really living up to what they are good at in the Kalahari, out and about over here. But coming back to, are they hunting together? Yes. All the time in vast wilderness environments, you will most likely have coalitions all the time hunting together, and females with litter groups. And then eventually, if that litter group splits off from a mother, they could easily hunt for another 2-3 years together, that litter groups, until a female starts splitting off. And the likeliness of, let's say there's 3 males in that litter group, and one is a female. That likeliness of that female, obviously she's going to go get alone, or become alone, but once those 3 males have split off from the female, the likeliness of those 3 males becoming a strong coalition is almost, I want to pull it through to 100% chance, because that is what it is. That is the way to survive. Coming back to this ecosystem survival wood and how to do it in the green Kalahari. It's amazing that the dominant cat, the head keeps on remaining up and looking out and around the direction to where they left that carcass behind, and just checking if there's no other predators that's following their scent, as they were predominantly marking their land in this area. The other possibility is that this cat is on a scout out looking, as this is the dominant cat, on a scouting position looking to see. Remember I was saying earlier on that the amount of marking that he's been doing at the sociable weaver's nest, it's possible that there's another cat in the area, and he's just keeping a scout out lookout point from that nest, just scouting around, looking and seeing if there's anything approaching the area. So folks, we will most probably leave these animals after this, and in the meanwhile, send you back over to Andrew.
So everybody, we have very interesting cat there, African wild cat, but a little shy. They're always very shy cat. They're still moving through the bush there. These are nocturnal that you're always hoping to see when you move around at night. But they're just, I don't know, trying to reverse back, but see if they're still around. So luck, because this is all a burned area. But usually they hide. I think it's gone out of our sight. Just gonna keep looking in that direction, hopefully get another movement again, but So they come out at night, hunt for rodents, birds, sleeping birds at night. So I'm going to carry on shining around here. Hope we can get to see more of the nocturnal.
Welcome back, everybody. And as we are easing off into the night skies of the green Kalahari, we are just looking at a very, very crazy, appealing, beautiful sunset with stunning silhouettes of these camel thorn trees up ahead of us approaching us. I mean, this is just so beautiful. And just looking at those silhouettes of those tree lines and everything, I always say to people, the best part of a Kalahari sunset is that half an hour after it's set, because it is literally appearing with some of the craziest scenery with this dramatic camel thorn trees in the horizons. I mean, this is just so beautiful. So what I'm actually going to suggest is that we just ease off into nighttime and we just look at this stunning sunset and just absorb nature and just keep it a bit silent. And wasn't that just crazy? As I've mentioned, you know what, let's just keep this a bit quiet. The next moment, the jackals goes in a choir looking at that dramatic scenery. I mean, that is just incredible. I mean, how can you not fall in love with the Kalahari at your doorstep, doing that at your feet? I mean, that is just crazy. That
Again, everybody, sorry about that technical issue that happens, but we're now just driving the main road and then trying to check for, we switch area to another in case maybe we get lucky with any or more of nocturnal that they may be moving about at night. And the evening is just dead quiet. And then at night, all nocturnal, they communicate, but through sound. Lions, a leopard, hyenas, those, no, the cats, but they do still communicate, use sound at night. So most of the nocturnal animals, they use their sound to be able to communicate. So I'm going to keep on checking. I'm going to be sending you across to Ngala, where they're looking at also orange moon.
So the moon has now just risen above the horizon. And how ridiculous are those colors? Incredibly beautiful tonight. I thought last night's full moon was fantastic, but tonight, I almost want to say that it's better. Probably rose about 20 minutes later than it did last night. And as the days go by, it's going to go or rise later and later every evening. Tomorrow morning on drive, however, in the morning we might get a chance to see the moon as it's about to set. But now that we've had that stunning view, I think what we'll do is keep driving and keep checking and see. Quite jealous of Djuma and the wildcat they got. No serval, but I'll take a wildcat, I'll take a civet. Bush baby. An aardvark would be a pretty insane one to get. But we are coming up to an area that I've seen a wildcat a few times up here as well, and it's a nice open area. So even though a variety of animals might move through this specific spot, could be, or the reason why we tend to see some more of these nocturnal creatures in this area is just because it's a little bit more open. So there's a lot more space where you can shine the light through and potentially pick up on the eyes of these animals that we're after. Always a good area to pop past in the evenings, but the evening drives are funny, these night drives with the spotlight. Some nights are incredibly productive, other nights are incredibly unproductive and you see literally nothing. But there's always a chance that you might find something, and that's why they can be quite exciting, because you never know what you might find. Like that, look there in the road. Oh, let's see if we can get that. Oh, I'm just going to keep the spotlight on it for now. There it is. Have you got it there, Eddie? Just want to see if I can re-find it. There we go. So Eddie says a little bit too far for the IR light, so let's see if we can get a bit of a closer view. Just going to keep shining it. It is a white-tailed mongoose, by the way. So one of those interesting nocturnal creatures that we were after. Still sticking around. I don't want to shine directly on it, but I just want to make sure that I know where it is and that it doesn't move off. But here's a spot here where we might get it on. Okay, let's have a good look. There we go. And we've got it. An epic little find to end off our evening here. Look at that big bushy white tail. So this is a solitary mongoose that we won't see much at all during the day because it is primarily or almost wholly nocturnal and also out foraging this evening. You can see how once the light's been turned off and we're on the IR, it's relaxed completely. It's almost as if it's ignoring our presence, whereas when we saw it in the light, you could see it was a little bit unrelaxed and didn't want to stick around for too long. But Odie's doing a fantastic job in keeping him in the light. So it might be getting a little bit blurry and fuzzy because of the distance that this mongoose is away from us, but I think let's just stick around here for a little while and see. You never know, if you drive too close to it, there's a chance it might run away and go and hide. Okay, I think now we might have to just move forward again and see if we can't find it. See exactly where it went. Where? No. Let's just see if we can sneak a little bit further forward. Always a good idea to check on the other side of the road as well. And I might just stop here and scan with the spotlight quickly. Grass is a little bit longer here, so it could easily have disappeared. And as I said, that's why we don't want to move the car, because you never know with these little animals. You must just always enjoy the moment that you get to see them and spend with them, because it looks like this mongoose has disappeared. But we'll start making our way back towards camp, probably about a 15-minute drive from here, and see, maybe we get lucky with another one of these smaller creatures.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, WildEarth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of WildEarth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching WildEarth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sabals and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
So we have checked the rest of these clearings to no avail. Again, there was some Impala in the distance making use of the clearing as a little bit of a safer spot to spend the night, sleeping, resting, still keeping a good eye and ear out for any predators. And I think we'll take this road to the right. It's quite a popular spot to stop in the evenings. and you will see the moon is quite beautiful. So I think OD is quite a nice, let me just turn it a bit. There we go. I think it'll be a good idea to have another look at the moon as it's just rising above that magic worry. You'll see we'll change. There we go. Much better in colour. But it's got a little bit lighter now. I just thought it would be quite nice to have another look at it. Nice time to listen for some of those nocturnal animals. I thought I heard a jackal as we stopped, far in the distance. Probably not those same two that we saw a little bit earlier, more than likely a different two, because I think it's probably a bit far for those two that we saw earlier. I don't think the sound would travel that far. And it's just lovely to end off on a bang this evening with a beautiful view of the moon and a little white-tailed mongoose at Ngala. Glad that they got the wildcat at Djuma as well. It's another exciting nocturnal one to see. And, you know, it's quite nice to just end off with the view of a moon. Different to the usual leopards and lions that we finished the show with. And it's been a pretty awesome day all round. I think more than likely today Tswalu won in terms of excitement with this morning's hunt and kill, and then this afternoon with the two Cheetah brothers feeding on the carcass. Sounds like there were elephants all around. Scorpion at Pridelands must have been quite exciting to see. I'm sure Mike was very excited to find that. And yeah, for us at Ngala we had really good luck at the waterhole and lots of elephants around. So tomorrow, I think tomorrow is going to have to be a lion day. We're going to have to try our best to see if we can find them tomorrow, whether it's the white lions or the lionesses with the cubs. One of the two will do. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining us for another lovely day, bringing you live safari. And we'll see you all tomorrow morning at about 6:30 South African time.